Chapter 140. Heaven-Defying Pill. What a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. Young Master is refining pills again. May first know what pill Young Master is refining this time. It should be a 4th grade medicinal pill. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Our Young Master is truly a heaven-defying talent. He killed a martial emperor at the age of 16 and is also a Tier 4 alchemy grandmaster. The guards in the Marquis Dom were shocked when they saw the spirit chi fluctuation in Li Lingtian's room. During this period of time, Li Lingtian had refined quite a number of elixirs. All of them had strong spirit chi fluctuations and they had benefited greatly from it. Pai Lai completed. Li Lingtian, who was in the room, had a serious expression on his face. After a full 10 minutes, the heaven and earth creation cauldron's medicinal liquid had solidified. Li Lingtian's face lit up with excitement. He had successfully refined the pill this time. With a soft shout, the heaven and earth creation cauldron shot out a series of phantoms. The 36 pills continued to swirl in the air as the smile on Li Lingtian's face grew wider. This is the strengthened version of the blue dust pill. 1 foot 11 inches name you the heaven-defying pill. Li Lingtian extended his hand and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. A suction force appeared and the 36 pills were quickly absorbed into the jade bottle. For a Tier 4 alchemy grandmaster to successfully refine a special medicinal pill, it would be 4,936 pills. If there were less than 36 pills, it would be a failure. His current strength had already reached the peak of Tier 4 alchemy grandmaster because the quality of these 36 medicinal pills was high grade. The Heaven Fei pill he refined some time ago was also high grade. This was enough to show that his alchemy skills were at the peak of Tier 4. As long as one could refine a medicinal pill, one could become a level 5 spirit alchemist. The status of a spirit alchemist was extremely high. Even in the entire Eastern Spirit Azure continent, spirit alchemists could be counted on one hand. Wu Yun. Li Lingtian packed up his herbs and shouted. Wu Yun appeared in the courtyard as soon as he finished speaking and stood respectfully waiting for Li Lingtian's instructions. However, what puzzled him was that a shocking pressure was pressing down fiercely. This pressure was even the pressure of a martial emperor. Instinctively, he circulated all the true qi in his body to resist this pressure. However, when he circulated his true qi, it quickly flowed away. In the blink of an eye, all the true qi in his body disappeared. He slumped onto the ground weakly with a horrified expression on his face. He was not worried that Li Lingtian would punish him, but he was shocked by his young master's cultivation base. At the same time, young master was only a rank 3 martial king, while he was a rank 4 martial king. However, his genuine qi had disappeared in front of young master's pressure. What kind of skill was this? Even if he was facing the pressure of a martial emperor or martial grandmaster, he wouldn't be in such a situation. He was terrified. If young master didn't cultivate a mystical skill, he wouldn't believe it. While he was still in shock, Li Lingtian walked out of the room and nodded in satisfaction at Wu Yun who was lying on the floor. Let's try the power of this pill. Li Lingtian threw a crystal-clear pellet at him with one hand. Wu Yun caught it and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. Boom! There was a rumble in his body as a shocking spiritual energy rushed into his body. The powerful spiritual energy automatically circulated in his meridians. What shocked him was that the true energy that had disappeared in his body instantly recovered to its peak. Young master, what kind of pill is this? Wu Yun was beyond shocked. If martial artists had such medicinal pills, they would not have to worry about running out of true qi. How could young master refine such a pill? Wasn't this too heaven-defying? This pill is for you. In this world, there is no other person who can refine such a pill. Remember only you know about this pill. With a flick of Li Lingtian's finger, another pill was shot at Wu Yun. Although Wu Yun did not know what kind of pill it was, he was well aware of its power. It was absolutely heaven-defying. Moreover, young master had said that no one else in the world could refine such a pill. In other words, this pill was exclusively made by young master. With such a pill, He could recover his true qi at a critical moment. It might even save his life, so he quickly put it away like a treasure. This subordinate will remember this, Wu Yun said respectfully. Since young master said so, this pilei would definitely not be refined in batches. Naturally, it would not be given to others. This pill would only be owned by him. Li Lingtian waved his hand to signal Wu Yun to leave. Wu Yun bowed respectfully and left, leaving Li Lingtian alone in the courtyard in deep thought. It's time to go back. Sky Dragon City is the capital of Sky Dragon Empire. I believe that the people from the palace will do their best to eliminate the people from the other empires. Li Lingtian muttered to himself. His cultivation had already reached Tier 3 Warrior King, and he had become the focus of the empire. He believed that his Sky Cloud sect also had a Grade 4 pill formula. There was no need for him to go to the market to look for it. Li Lingtian bid farewell to Qin Susu at the thought of this. It was Qin Susu's intention for him to bring Li Xiaoxiao along with him this time. He originally wanted to refuse, but he thought of his own Sky Peak. Having a few more people living there could also relieve his boredom. He didn't leave Sky Dragon City with Li Xiaoxiao. Instead, he walked towards the Tang family. He had been back to Sky Dragon City for a long time, but he hadn't visited the Tang family once. It would be rude to leave just like that. The beast carriage soon arrived at the Tang clan, Duke Xingguo's estate. From the outside, the entire manor looked countless times more powerful than the manor of the Marquis. This was also the rule of the empire. The buildings of the Marquis and Duke's residences had clear rules. After the beast carriage stopped, a few servants came up. So it's Lord Wu of the Northern Marquis' estate. A servant saw Wu Yun and politely said. They all knew about the relationship between the Northern Marquis Fu and the Tang clan. Moreover, their young miss was the fiancée of the Marquis Fu's prince. More importantly, young Master Ling Tian of the Marquisdom was the #1 genius on the prodigy roll, and his reputation shook the heavens. They knew that even though the cultivation of the servants was low, they were still young Master Ling Tian's admirers. My young master is here to visit the Marquis of Nanling. Wu Yun replied politely as the door of the beastie opened and Li Lingtian stepped out. Greetings, young noble Lingtian. A few servants bowed respectfully with excited expressions on their faces. They were indeed excited to see their idol at such a close distance. Li Lingtian was led by a servant to the Tang family's backyard. Usually, guests were received in the front hall, but the servants were used to Li Lingtian's daily visits. Only acquaintances like Li Lingtian would enter the backyard as it was the core of the Tang family. Lord Marquis, young noble Lingtian is here. The servant who led the way quickly ran forward to inform Li Lingtian before he bowed and left. Li Lingtian was familiar with this place and naturally did not need him to be the third wheel. Oh, it's Tian. Let's go to Yanfeng Pavilion. Meng Meng and the others are at Yanfeng Pavilion. Tang Zicheng walked out of the study room and was delighted to see Li Lingtian. He did not have a son, but he was happy to have such a perfect son-in-law. Greetings, uncle. Li Lingtian quickly bowed. No matter how close they were, the ceremony could not be abandoned. Don't be so formal. After Tang Zicheng finished speaking, he led Li Lingtian to the backyard garden. The Tang family's garden was as big as 3 to 4 basketball courts. After entering the garden, Li Lingtian could hear laughter from time to time. Naturally, he was familiar with the laughter of the little beauty, Tang Ziming. He wondered what made her so happy. Li Lingtian walked toward the pavilion with a smile on his face. However, he was spotted by Tang Qingyue before he reached the pavilion. Tang Qingyue felt awkward when she saw Li Lingtian's arrival. The smile on her face vanished. Tang Ziming noticed her sister's condition and followed her gaze. She was instantly elated and ran toward Li Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian. Tang Ziming threw herself into Li Lingtian's arms without any hesitation. She even ignored Tang Zicheng, who was beside Li Lingtian. Tang Zicheng could only shake his head. He was too fond of this precious child. Lingtian greets aunt. Li Lingtian hurried to the pavilion after Tang Ziming. He could not be rude as there were elders here. He came to the pavilion and bowed to the blue screen. Finally, he nodded at Tang Qingyue and called out softly. The few of them chatted in the pavilion. To them, Li Lingtian was a family member and there was no need to treat him as an outsider. After chatting for half an hour, Li Lingtian told them about his return to Sky Cloud Sect. Uncle, Auntie, Lingtian will be returning to Sky Cloud Sect today, so I've specially come to pay my respects to Uncle and Auntie. Li Lingtian replied earnestly with an awkward expression. It had been so many days since he returned to Sky Dragon City, but this was his first time visiting the Tang family. Big brother Lingtian, you're going back to Sky Cloud Sect. Tang Ziming was shocked, but she soon realized that Li Lingtian could not possibly stay in Sky Dragon City every day. Tian is going back to Sky Cloud Sect to cultivate. That's a good thing. A man should have ambition. Although you're a martial king now and your strength is strong, the divine martial continent is too powerful. Your martial king realm is just the beginning. Tang Zicheng nodded in satisfaction. To be neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat was the temperament of a true martial artist. It was also the most basic mentality of a martial artist. Father, Mother, I'm going back to Sky Cloud Sect too. Tang Ziming quickly said to Tang Zicheng and his wife. Tang Zicheng and his wife only smiled. They would not know what this little girl was thinking. However, this was also good. Anyway, this girl was not young anymore. He could not control her all the time. It was a good thing to return with Li Lingtian, so the two of them nodded. They did not expect Tang Qingyue to return to Sky Cloud Sect as well. Not only them, but even Li Lingtian was stunned. If he followed his sister back to Sky Cloud Sect, he would be looking for trouble. Just nice. I'm going back to Sky Cloud Sect too. I'll try to make a breakthrough there. Tang Qingyue pondered for a moment before returning to Sky Cloud Sect. Sister Qingyue, you're going back to Sky Cloud Sect too? Li Lingtian asked seriously. He hoped that Tang Qingyue would not follow him back to Sky Cloud Sect or he would be in trouble. What, do you have an opinion? Even if you have objections, you can only endure it. Tang Qingyue's face revealed a sly smile. Li Lingtian was speechless. What kind of people are these? Even a beautiful lady should not be like this. No. Li Lingtian stammered. When Li Xiaoxiao and Qingping saw this, they could not help but burst out laughing. All right, you guys go and prepare. Go back to Sky Cloud Sect and cultivate well. Tang Zicheng nodded and said. Then, Tang Qingyue and Tang Ziming quickly left and returned to their rooms to pack up. Uncle, these are some spirit fruits that Tian obtained from Hidden Dragon Island. They are quite effective for cultivation and the body. Li Lingtian took out a storage bag and handed it to Tang Zicheng. There were countless spirit fruits in his divine dragon ring, and he could not finish them all in a short time. All right. Satisfied, Tang Zicheng put away the storage bag with the slightest hesitation. In the end, the two of them chatted idly. Soon, Tang Qingyue and her sister had finished packing and returned to the pavilion. Finally, Li Lingtian, the sisters, Qingping, and Xiaoxiao left the Tang family. Tang Qingyue had servants in Sky Cloud Sect, so she didn't need to bring any maids. However, Tang Ziming brought Qingping along. Chapter 141. Heavenly Cloud Flying Ship. After leaving the Tang family, they rode an ordinary beast carriage and headed out of Sky Dragon City. Inside the beast carriage, Tang Ziming was snuggling up to Li Lingtian, looking sweet and affectionate. Qingping and Li Xiaoxiao were chatting and laughing. Only Tang Qingyue could not bear to watch any longer and closed her eyes to meditate. After an hour, the beast carriage left Sky Dragon City and stopped at a relatively remote place. After the five of them alighted from the vehicle, the beast carriage left. Li Lingtian extended his hand and summoned a gigantic spaceship. This spaceship was obtained from Wind Demon last time. Now that Wind Demon was dead, this spaceship naturally belonged to him. Although it was only a flying ship, its level was not low. It was actually an emperor-level existence. After the flying ship was fully activated, It was 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. The flying ship was called the Heavenly Cloud Flying Ship, and it was covered with countless restrictions and defenses. As long as they didn't encounter any Martial Emperor-level experts, no one could pose a threat to this flying ship. Even a Martial Emperor couldn't destroy this spaceship. Such a spaceship was naturally very safe. Wow, what a huge spaceship! Tang Ziming exclaimed when she saw the spaceship. Li Xiaoxiao and Qingping did the same. Tang Qingyue's eyes lit up when she saw the spaceship Li Lingtian took out. Although the Tang family was powerful, they were only powerful in Sky Dragon Empire. However, the items that Li Lingtian had brought out were all super items. Naturally, they rarely saw them. Young master, where did you get this flying ship? Did Sky Cloud Sect give it to you? Li Xiaoxiao saw how impressive the flying ship was. It was similar to the time when Li Lingtian first saw Sky Cloud Sect's flying ship. In her opinion, only Sky Cloud Sect had such a thing. No, one got this heavenly cloud ship when one went to the Devil Sea and killed a Martial Emperor. Sigh, that battle was the most tragic one I've ever seen. More than 500 warrior spirits were all killed, and not a single warrior king was left. There were only 10 martial grandmasters left out of the 57. Li Lingtian sighed when he mentioned the battle with Wind Demon. The situation at that time was extremely dangerous. If he had not used the heavenly extreme tyrant Emperor Saber at the last moment, he would have died in the Devil's Sea. You killed a martial emperor some time ago, the Devil's Sea. So many supreme experts have died. So many martial kings and martial grandmasters have died. Tang Ziming and the other girls were shocked. Li Lingtian was only a warrior spirit a while ago. They did not expect him to kill a martial emperor before Beichen Wuyo. The deaths of so many warrior spirits, martial kings, and martial grandmasters were truly shocking to them. Any warrior spirit or warrior king was extremely powerful, let alone a warrior ascendant. According to Li Lingtian, all the warrior kings and warrior spirits were dead, leaving only 10 warrior ascendants. How did Li Lingtian return? Big brother Lingtian, can you tell Meng Meng what happened? Yes, young master, tell us what happened at that time. Tang Ziming and Li Xiaoxiao were both shocked and afraid. The situation was so dangerous that Li Lingtian must have been in danger too. Let's go. We'll get on the spaceship first. I'll tell you guys when we get on it. Li Lingtian nodded and took the lead to board the spaceship. He placed a superior-grade spirit stone into the spaceship slot and cast a spell. Immediately, the array formation inside the spaceship was activated. A light barrier covered the flying ship, blocking the strong wind outside. The flying ship left the ground without shaking at all, quickly rising to an altitude of 10,000 meters, flying rapidly into the distance. Following that, Li Lingtian recounted what happened that day. The 4 ladies were shaken to their core by the story. Fortunately, Li Lingtian returned safely. A wind demon at the level of a martial emperor can be resurrected indefinitely. Is there really such a powerful and magical existence in this world? Tang Qingyue was also shocked. Although she didn't show it, she was shocked. This young man had experienced life and death at the age of 16. Then, the flying ship left Sky Dragon City and headed towards Sky Cloud Sect. Li Lingtian entered the main control room and took control of the entire spacecraft. Tang Ziming stayed with him. Tang Qingyue chose a room to sit down and rest. It was extremely safe on the spaceship, and there was food and water. There were countless spiritual fruits, so the girls were naturally not annoyed at all. Li Lingtian stood at the front of the spaceship and watched the clouds fly backward in the sky. The fresh air was refreshing. From time to time, they would encounter some martial artists who were driving flying ships, as well as martial kings and martial spirits who were flying on swords. There were even martial grandmasters flying in the air. Wow, what an impressive spaceship. Look at the girls around him. All of them are peerless fairies. They're really lucky. On a small spaceship in the distance, a few martial king warriors were shocked when they saw Li Lingtian's spaceship. They were stunned when they saw Tang Ziming and the girls. Do you know who he is? If you continue to spout nonsense, one will slap you to death. Even if you want to die, don't drag us down. A martial arts grandmaster powerhouse was horrified when he saw Li Lingtian. He berated the warrior king disciple beside him angrily. If they angered the youth in the distance, they would not know how they died. Senior Uncle Qinglan, who is he? He's just a rank 3 martial king. A young man was looking at Li Lingtian. However, after seeing Li Lingtian's cultivation base, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. He secretly thought that his uncle master was becoming more and more timid. He was even afraid of a tier 3 martial king warrior. That's right, Uncle Master. That young man is only a rank 3 martial king. All of us here are tier 6 martial kings and above. Uncle Master is a tier 4 martial arts grandmaster. Besides, even if he heard what we said, he could only watch. Would he dare to do anything to us? A few warrior king disciples chimed in as well. They looked at Li Lingtian with disdain, but their greed for the spaceship was apparent. Say another word and 1 foot 11 inches slap you to death. Don't you know he's young noble Lingtian? The number 1 genius on the prodigy roll. Qinglan was completely speechless. She was extremely anxious. If that youth heard it, they would be dead for sure. First on the prodigy roll. Uncle Master, we've been cultivating in seclusion for a while and missed the fight for the prodigy roll. It's such a pity. How did a tier 3 martial king become number 1 on the prodigy roll? Sigh. Yeah, if we participate, we will definitely enter the prodigy roll. Pa. The few youths continued to discuss among themselves. Qinglan, who was standing at the side, was extremely anxious. Immediately, a few loud slaps were thrown out. Instantly, the few martial king realm youths were stunned. Kill Martial Emperor Beichen Wuyo and kill Yang Tianming. Ice and fire dual martial souls, with a 3-color dragon. Do you think you can do it? Qinglan looked at the few disciples with disdain. No wonder the sect was not strong. With such a disciple, it was simply a dream for the sect to become strong. The martial king's disciples looked at him in disbelief. They immediately shut their mouths and did not dare to speak. A martial king killing a martial emperor. What kind of concept was this? They did not even dare to imagine it. They didn't know anything else, but they were very clear about Yang Tianming's strength. Among the martial arts grandmasters, there were very few people who were Yang Tianming's match. Now, even Yang Tianming had been killed. How terrifying was this youth? Li Lingtian flew the spaceship at high speed. He completely ignored the discussions among the warriors. In just 3 days, the spaceship had arrived above Sky Cloud sect. The powerful pressure of the spaceship woke up countless disciples of Sky Cloud sect. In an instant, dozens of warrior kings and some elders flew out. However, they were all respectful and excited when they saw Li Lingtian on the spaceship. Junior brother Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian. Senior brother Li. Countless warriors cheered loudly. Li Lingtian was a disciple of Sky Cloud sect and a legend of Sky Cloud sect. The news of Sky Dragon Empire's number 1 genius competing in Sky Dragon City had long spread throughout Sky Dragon Empire. Naturally, Sky Cloud sect's disciples knew about it. During this period of time, young Master Lingtian was the most talked about person in Sky Cloud sect. This young Master Lingtian was Sky Cloud sect's ice and fire dual martial soul genius, Li Lingtian. The Sky Cloud sect disciples regarded Li Lingtian as a role model instead of a target. As Li Lingtian was a legend and a miracle, they could only work hard in their cultivation. Li Lingtian's return immediately drew the cheers of tens of thousands of Sky Cloud sect disciples. Li Lingtian used to be an outer disciple, but he rose to prominence and became Sky Dragon Empire's number 1 genius. Moreover, Li Lingtian was the Heavenly Pavilion Master and the honorary elder of Sky Cloud sect. Li Lingtian landed the spaceship and greeted some elders before bringing Tang Ziming and the rest back to Tianyu Peak. Tang Qingyue returned to Yunming Restaurant alone. Tang Ziming, Qingping, and Li Xiaoxiao lived in the Tianyu Pavilion on the Heavenly Universe Peak. Li Lingtian was the master of the place. Seeing the scenery and spiritual energy of Tianyu Peak, the girls were extremely happy. Everyone chose their own rooms to stay in. Li Lingtian nodded when he saw the popularity of the Tianyu Pavilion. He was no longer alone. Li Lingtian had set up a few spots in the Tianyu Pavilion. The only ones that were not accessible were his alchemy room and his cultivation room. He wasn't worried that Tang Ziming and the others would find out any secrets, but he couldn't be disturbed when he was cultivating and refining pills. Cultivation and alchemy were related. If he interrupted alchemy, it would affect his mind. However, Tang Ziming had come to the Tianyu Pavilion as the hostess because she was Li Lingtian's fiancée. Meng Meng, Qingping, Xiao Xiao, try your best to speed up your cultivation during this period of time and improve your cultivation. If you lack cultivation techniques, skills, weapons and pills, just ask me. Li Lingtian passed some Tier 1 and Tier 2 pills to Li Xiao Xiao and Qingping. As both of them were warriors, high-level pills would be harmful to them. After that, he chose quite a number of spirit armaments and profound armaments for them. Towards his own people, he would never be stingy in the slightest. Thank you, young master. Qingping and Li Xiao Xiao bowed politely, then took their cultivation techniques and skills out to cultivate. No one could come up to the heavenly space peak, so they were safe and free here. Chapter 142. Valley of the Medicine Masters. The two of them usually cultivated and only had a small amount of time to do some basic things. Meng Meng, you have a mystic spirit body. 1 foot 11 inches give you a cultivation technique that can help you improve your cultivation quickly. One also cultivate this cultivation technique, but no matter who it is, don't tell anyone about it. Li Lingtian said earnestly. The heaven and earth reincarnation was his most powerful cultivation technique, and it was beyond the scope of all cultivation techniques in the divine martial continent. After saying that, he used his divine sense to organize the heaven and earth reincarnation technique that he had cultivated. Then, he pointed with one hand and a golden light shot towards Tang Ziming's glabella. Suddenly, countless golden words appeared in Tang Ziming's mind. After a full minute, Li Lingtian passed the heaven and earth reincarnation technique to Tang Ziming. Seeing that Tang Ziming was still in the midst of her comprehension, he left the room gently and went to the courtyard to cultivate. After settling down, Li Lingtian began cultivating in peace. He learned from Tang Zicheng that the world was not that simple and the martial king realm was just the beginning. People like Tang Zicheng usually wouldn't talk nonsense. Since he could say this, something must be going on. Moreover, with the realm of a martial king, there was no way he could withstand these things. In fact, even if Tang Zicheng did not say anything, he knew that the divine martial continent was not as simple as it seemed based on his experience and the wisdom of the 21st century. Eastern Spirit Azure continent might seem powerful, but it was only a remote place in the entire divine martial continent. It was the weakest place. Although he was a martial king now and his strength could be compared to a martial arts grandmaster, he was just an ant when facing a true expert. If he wanted to protect his brothers, relatives, and women, he needed to have great strength. He did not want to have any regrets in his life. His cultivation technique had the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and the true dragon's protection. Skills, including ice, fire, 9 heavens/sky, meteor shower, and heaven and earth conflagration. With the ancient alchemy techniques and the heaven and earth creation cauldron, he could refine peerless pills. He had the roaring dragon combat halberd, the heaven extreme tyrant emperor saber, and some peerless profound level weapons. Pets included little white, silver-winged flying dragon, multicolored beast, and jade-eyed beast. The only thing he had to do now was to refine pills to cultivate cultivation techniques, increase his cultivation, and cultivate skills to strengthen himself. Refining treasures to strengthen one's strength required a large amount of time. He made some arrangements. During the day, he would cultivate various skills. At night, he would comprehend pill formulas and cultivation techniques, and cultivate the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and the true dragon body barrier. When he was free, he would refine pills and accompany this beautiful girl, Tang Ziming. Tang Ziming and the others also worked hard on their cultivation. In just a month, Tang Ziming's cultivation had reached Tier 8 warrior spirit with her mystical spirit body and heaven and earth reincarnation. Qingping and Xiao had also successfully advanced to the warrior numinous stage. Li Lingtian could not help but be envious of their speed. More importantly, the silver-winged flying dragon had completely absorbed Little White's blood essence and had now broken through to the 5th step. After the mutation, its strength was extremely terrifying. The jade-eyed beast had also reached level 4, level 8, while the multicolored beast was level 4, level 5. Little White was the only one who hadn't advanced. However, it hadn't advanced for long. It was very powerful, and it rarely fought. On this day, Li Lingtian finished his cultivation and left the Tianyu Pavilion for the inner sect. With his current identity, he could enter any place in the library pavilion. He did not lack skills and cultivation techniques, but he wanted to find some information. This time, countless martial artists bowed respectfully, their faces revealing crazy worship. This young man was the legend of Sky Cloud Sect. He was the #1 genius in Sky Dragon Empire. A rank 1 martial king had killed a rank 4 martial emperor. After Li Lingtian bowed to the old man guarding the library, he walked up to the highest floor of the library. There were 4 levels in the library. The first level was for warriors, the second level was for warrior spirits, the third level was for martial kings, and the 4th level was for martial grandmasters. He was the Sky Pavilion Master and had a special status. In addition to the Sky Dragon Empire competition, he had become the #1 genius of Sky Dragon Empire and was qualified to enter the 4th level. On the 4th floor, Li Lingtian looked around for a long time. Even though they were all Mystic Science and Earth class, he was not interested in them anymore. At this moment, a jade slip appeared in his sight. Heaven-destroying sword formation. Upon seeing the jade slip, Li Lingtian probed his divine consciousness into the jade slip. Immediately, a strong surge of heart's blood rushed into his mind. Upon receiving this information, Li Lingtian's expression kept changing. It was as if he had seen a ghost or a magical treasure. The heaven-destroying sword formation is a technique of the ancient Almighty. No one in the divine martial continent has ever cultivated it. Li Lingtian was shocked. There was a restriction in the jade slip as well. With his cultivation base, he could only see a portion of the information. This jade slip recorded the techniques of ancient mighty figures. It was the techniques of mighty figures, not skills. In the words of the divine martial continent, an almighty's technique was a divine ability. However, even the experts of the divine martial continent did not understand that the power of an almighty's technique was far beyond that of a divine ability. To cultivate the heaven-destroying sword formation, one must cultivate sword intent. Sword formations mainly consist of sword intent, sword force, sword domain, and sword path. In the divine martial continent, there are people who have cultivated sword intent, but not many. However, there are very few who have cultivated sword force. It's almost rare. Even in Eastern Spirit Azure continent, no one has cultivated sword force. Li Lingtian quietly studied it with excitement on his face. The more difficult the cultivation method and skill was, the more he liked it. The startling heaven sword technique was difficult to cultivate, but he had cultivated it to the extreme. "It's you," Li Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the jade slip. He then took the jade slip to Chao's library. Initially, he wanted the old man to help him make a copy, but he could not make a copy of this jade slip. This was left behind by the founder of Sky Cloud Sect. No one can cultivate it. Similarly, the information in this jade slip cannot be replicated. The old man said seriously. He was very curious about this young man. Although he had only seen him a few times, he was surprised every time. "Then senior this." Li Lingtian was stunned. Since the jade slip could not be duplicated, his cultivation would be ruined. "You are the Sky Pavilion Master now. No one has cultivated this jade slip before. Take it." The old man did not hesitate as he spoke calmly. He then closed his eyes to rest, completely ignoring Li Lingtian. "Thank you, senior." Li Lingtian bowed respectfully before leaving the library with the jade slip. "I hope you can cultivate it. In the past 10,000 years, no one has been able to cultivate the heaven-destroying sword formation. The future of Sky Cloud sect depends on you. But it's best not to provoke that person. Otherwise, even the martial god will be wiped out. After Li Lingtian left the library, the old man opened his sharp eyes with a look of anticipation on his face. The aura around his entire body surged. If Li Lingtian were to discover this aura here, he would definitely be shocked to death. Even Beichen Wuyo was just an ant in front of this aura. However, when the old man thought of that powerful existence, fear appeared on his face. His eyes were filled with incomparable Beijing opera. Although it was only a legend, that legend made him feel fear. No one knew that it was this heaven-destroying sword formation that achieved his supreme divine might. Even he himself did not expect the heaven-destroying sword formation to have such shocking power and secrets. After Li Lingtian left the library, he headed straight for the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Like Tianyu Peak, the Valley of the Medicine Masters had a special status. The Valley of the Medicine Masters was the place where the Sky Cloud sect refined elixirs. Every disciple in the Valley of the Medicine Masters knew how to refine elixirs. There were countless alchemists, and there were even 3 level 4 alchemy masters and 1 spirit alchemist. The Medicine King's Valley is an important place. No one is allowed to enter. More than 10 warrior spirit realm disciples stopped Li Lingtian with smiles on their faces when they saw him. From Li Lingtian's appearance, he was just an outer disciple. Furthermore, with his current cultivation base, a warrior spiritual realm would not be able to tell. Even a martial grandmaster might not be able to see through Li Lingtian's cultivation base, let alone a warrior spiritual realm. The dozen or so disciples treated Li Lingtian as an outer disciple. Medicine King's Valley had a transcendent status in Sky Cloud sect. Disciples who could enter Medicine King's Valley knew alchemy, and alchemists were respected everywhere. When they saw an ordinary disciple coming, they naturally had to stop him. "I wish to find Senior Tian Ming," Li Lingtian said calmly. At any time, there would always be some disciples who were blind in any sect. Yao Tianming was the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters and the only spirit alchemist. His status was revered. Even if the sect master came, he would have to be polite to him. "How arrogant! You actually want to see our elder? Who do you think you are? You're just an ordinary disciple. How can you have the qualifications? Not to mention you, even if the sect elders come, they have to follow the procedures. You can't enter. Don't use Elder Tianming to fool us. Aren't you just here to ask for medicinal pills? As long as you take out 1,000 spirit stones, one can give you some essence cultivating pills." The dozen or so young disciples laughed out loud. Li Lingtian had encountered such a situation before, but it was fortunate that those who laughed at him could no longer do so. According to him, he would make those who showed off in front of him tremble. "My name is Li Lingtian." Li Lingtian looked at the dozen or so young men with a calm expression as if he was watching a monkey's show. After the dozen or so young men had finished speaking, he spoke at a moderate pace. His calm voice was like a thunderclap in the hearts of the young disciples. Instantly, the smiles on the faces of the dozen or so young men froze. This name was like a bolt of lightning, striking them so hard that they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian, Lingtian. Young Master Lingtian. You're young noble Lingtian. Are you really Li Lingtian, young Master Lingtian? Young Master Lingtian of the Prodigy Roll. Heavenly Pavilion Master. Young Master Lingtian. In an instant, the smiles on the faces of the dozen or so young men turned into fear. They could no longer smile as they stammered. Chapter 143. Sword Intent. There were tens of thousands of disciples in Sky Cloud sect. Some of them did not know the name of the sect leader, but everyone knew of young Master Lingtian's existence. In this world, the first to laugh was not necessarily the winner. It would depend on who had the last laugh and who had the best laugh. Li Lingtian watched as the smile on the dozen or so young men's faces stiffened. A faint smile appeared on his calm face. "Laugh. Continue laughing. Laugh loudly. Before I came out, One noticed that you guys weren't laughing. I'll make sure that you guys never laugh again. With a smile on his face, Li Lingtian strolled past the group of youths and headed straight for the pavilion in Medicine King's Valley. Soon, his figure disappeared from the pavilion. Laughter came from behind, but this laughter was worse than crying. Amidst the countless pavilions, Li Lingtian discovered that the spiritual qi here was extremely dense. There was wood element spiritual qi everywhere. In the end, after asking around, he found Elder Tian Ming in the alchemy room. Li Lingtian greets senior brother Tian Ming. When Li Lingtian saw the old man who had finished refining the pill, he bowed as an equal with a faint smile on his face. He was the Sky Pavilion Master and also a martial king, while the other party was an elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters and also a martial king. The two of them were naturally of the same generation. So it's junior brother Ling Tian. Please come in. The expression on Tian Ming's face changed extremely quickly. In his eyes, most people who came here were here to ask for medicinal pills, but this young man in front of him didn't dare to offend him. Other geniuses, no matter how talented they were, could not do without medicinal pills. However, this genius was an amazing alchemy grandmaster. The super disciples who had returned from the Sky Dragon Empire Grand Tournament did not forget about Li Lingtian's strength and methods. They were all in awe of him. A Tier 9 warrior spirit had killed young Tian Ming, and a Tier 4 martial emperor had been lulled by a martial king. There was no one else in Sky Dragon Empire with such strength. To him, Tian Ming, all martial artists needed medicinal pills. Even a martial emperor would not easily offend him. However, he received a piece of information. This youth was an alchemy grandmaster, and he could easily refine a high-grade Tier 4 medicinal pill. Such strength, even he couldn't do it. Spirit alchemists could refine level 5 pills, but they could only refine level 5 pills of ordinary quality. Pills were divided into ordinary pills, high-grade pills, and peerless pills. There were also people who called it low-grade, high-grade, and peerless, while there were also people who called it low-grade, high-grade, and peerless. However, no matter what it was called, the quality was the same. It was 3 levels of quality. No matter how powerful an ordinary medicinal pill was, it was still an ordinary medicinal pill. Wanting to refine a high-grade one was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. On the other hand, Li Lingtian had produced superior grade elixirs right away. Furthermore, he had refined the Peerless Spirit Binding Pill and Vitality Pill. He would never believe that Li Lingtian had come to ask for pills. Senior brother Tian Ming is too polite. One came to Medicine King's Valley to find a 4th-grade purple jade pill recipe from you. Li Lingtian immediately revealed his purpose for coming here. That's easy to say. Isn't it just a Tier 4 purple jade pill formula? Tian Ming smiled and said, this pill formula was only commonly seen among the 4th-grade pills. However, all the martial artists in the Divine Martial Continent used this pill formula. But to truly refine it, it was not that simple. Only top-notch alchemy grandmasters could refine it. He believed that Li Lingtian would be able to refine it, but he also wanted to know if Li Lingtian could refine the purple jade pill to the quality of a superior grade pill. Moreover, he wanted to find this youth to exchange ideas on pili refinement. A person who could refine peerless pills was definitely not simples. Li Lingtian understood and did not reject Tian Ming. The two of them shared a private room to exchange their alchemy skills. Li Lingtian had already mastered the ancient alchemy technique. Just a simple point from him was like a revelation to Tian Ming. Some of the difficult problems he encountered during alchemy were easily solved and he was instantly excited. Junior brother Ling Tian, please come often in the future. Junior brother Ling Tian's alchemy Dao has already reached a miraculous level. As long as there's enough time, I believe junior brother Ling Tian will become the strongest alchemy master in Eastern Spirit Azure Continent. The two of them conversed for an hour before Li Lingtian took the pill formula and left. Tianming's face was filled with excitement. He had gained more in this hour than he would ever have in his entire life. When Li Lingtian left, he saw a dozen youths still laughing loudly. The alchemist's face was extremely pale and his laughter was uglier than crying. You are just disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. You don't know how to restrain yourselves. How can you be disciples of a super sect? In the future, when other disciples come here, it's best to consider their identity first. Are they still disciples of Sky Cloud sect?
Li Lingtian looked at the dozen or so youths indifferently before he waved his hand and turned to leave.
Upon seeing Li Lingtian's gesture, the dozen or so young men finally stopped. They had no strength left in their bodies, but they were shocked. Young Master Ling Tian was indeed young Master Ling Tian. His temperament was not something they could compare to. This young Master Ling Tian was once an outer disciple and had been humiliated before. However, he was able to become the #1 genius in the Heavenly Dragon realm. On the other hand, they were only at the martial spirit realm and only knew how to bully low-level disciples. Li Lingtian was satisfied with the heaven-destroying sword formation and the grade 4 purple jade pill formula. He then returned to Tianyu Peak. Along the way, the disciples who saw Li Lingtian greeted him respectfully with admiration on their faces. After returning to Tianyu Peak, Li Lingtian gave Tang Ziming some of the elixirs. If Xiao Xiao and Qingping did not have any elixirs, Tang Ziming could give them to them. This was because he had to go into seclusion to comprehend the heaven-destroying sword formation and the 4th grade purple jade pill during this period of time. He had no control over these two items and would only feel at ease after he had control over them. In fact, no one came to disturb him on Tianyu Peak. When Li Lingtian first returned, he had given Xueqi a lot of spiritual stones, weapons, and elixirs. After preparing everything, he went to his room to study the purple jade pill formula. He had refined a tier 4 heavenly Yao pill some time ago. This purple jade pill was not some heaven-defying pill, so it was relatively easy to study it. In 10 days, the purple jade pill was successfully refined. Similarly, the pills produced by the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron were all high-grade pills. If time was enough and one was familiar with the alchemy technique, it would not be a problem for them to refine a peerless pill. After refining the purple jade pill, his most important task now was basically completed. What he needed now was time to cultivate and increase his cultivation and strength. However, after the purple jade pill was refined, he did not cultivate. Instead, he went to comprehend the heaven-destroying sword formation. From the information in the jade slip, he discovered that this sword formation was not that simple. His divine sense entered the jade slip and memorized the information inside again, trying not to miss out on anything. Just like that, he withdrew his consciousness and entered a state of clarity to comprehend the heaven-destroying sword formation. The heaven-destroying sword formation is actually not like that. The sword formation only appears at the end because one can only control the sword formation when one cultivates the sword Tao. Rather than calling it the heaven-destroying sword formation, it's better to call it the heaven-destroying sword art. The first move, Sword Howl. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and gained a basic understanding of the 11-destroying sword formation. This was also his personal opinion. He could tell that the sword howl of heaven and earth was not something that could be easily cultivated. Sky Cloud sect was as quiet as ever. All the disciples followed Li Lingtian's example and cultivated diligently. On Tianyu Peak, Tang Ziming and the other 2 girls were also cultivating seriously. With the pills and resources, they would not slack off. Besides, Tang Ziming did not have Li Lingtian's company, so she spent most of her time cultivating. Time passed quickly and a month passed. Li Lingtian did not leave the room for a single step throughout the month. On this day, Tang Ziming and the others were resting and chatting in the courtyard when a destructive sword intent suddenly erupted from Li Lingtian's room. That's right, it was sword intent, not power or aura. This kind of sword intent was completely emitted by the martial artist's body. It was a kind of will. The will of the sword, the domineering sharpness of the sword. The 3 ladies were shocked when they discovered the sword intent. They knew Li Lingtian's cultivation base, cultivation method, and skills, but they did not have such a powerful sword intent. Big brother Ling Tian cultivates sword intent. Tang Ziming looked at the sword intent of Tianyu Pavilion in shock, and her expression kept changing. One saw young master perform a sword technique called the Startling Heaven Sword Technique. Could it be the startling heaven sword technique? Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise.
Back at the Marquis Dom, Li Lingtian had demonstrated the 3 stunning moves of the astounding sword technique, but he had never used them before. With his cultivation, there was no need for him to use any skills below mystic grade.
Li Xiaoxiao was right.
Although Li Lingtian was not cultivating the astounding sword technique, the heaven-destroying sword formation was something he had comprehended from the 1,000 shadows and petals. 1,000 shadow petals had already been cultivated to the transcendent state, and its power was shocking. Even an ordinary earth-rank skill could not be as powerful as 1,000 shadow petals. Moreover, the sword itself was sharp. Its power was definitely the strongest among skills of the same level. After a period of comprehension, the sword howl of the heavens and the earth could not be cultivated successfully at all. This was because the moves cultivated only had form and no spirit. This was because he had to cultivate the sword intent before he could truly control the move, sword howl of heaven and earth. With a flash of inspiration, he actually thought of the 1,000 shadows flying flowers he had cultivated some time ago. Thinking of all this, he was blessed and actually cultivated sword intent. A powerful sword will shot out in all directions. Li Lingtian was shocked when he sensed the power of this sword will. He had just comprehended the sword intent, and it was already so powerful. If he really controlled it, how powerful would the sword intent be? With a flick of his divine sense, the azulate sword appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and a stream of sword intent was unleashed. The sword howl of heaven and earth was naturally cultivated. Whoosh! The air was torn apart and even Tianyu Peak was trembling. Li Lingtian was left in the room with one hand, feeling the power of sword howl of the heavens and earth. This sword howl heaven and earth had already surpassed ordinary skills. It was an invisible Tao. What was invisible killing? This was invisible killing. The sword howl is indeed powerful. Li Lingtian put away his azulate sword. The sword howl of the heavens and earth that was unleashed by a low-grade profound weapon was already so powerful. If he were to truly control the sword howl of the heavens and earth, he had no idea what kind of effect it would bring with his cultivation base and better weapon. Sword intent is the will of a sword, and also the will of a person. A man should be like a sharp sword, hiding a low profile in the sheath, sharp and domineering like a sharp sword unsheathed, unyielding. Feeling the sword will, Li Lingtian's state of mind was elevated. His entire body exuded a sharp sword-like aura, as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed.
Chapter 145. Saint Weapon, Tianyu Sword. A moment later, the sword will disappeared and Li Lingtian returned to his former self, looking no different from an ordinary youth. When he walked out of the room, he saw Tang Ziming and the other 2 girls looking at the changes in the sky in surprise. With a sword strike, the space was torn apart. Big brother Lingtian, what skill do you cultivate? It's so powerful. Tang Zi dreamed that Li Lingtian had come out. She missed him so much that she threw herself into his arms after not seeing him for a month. Yes, some time ago, I found a skill called the heaven-destroying sword formation in the library. After studying it for a month, I finally comprehended it. Li Lingtian looked at the beautiful girl in his arms and his face lit up with joy. Qingping and Li Xiaoxiao were elated as well. Li Lingtian's strength was their backer and future. Xiaoxiao, let's go cook and celebrate with young master. Qingping didn't want to be a third wheel when she saw her young miss and young master together. She quickly reminded Li Xiaoxiao and the 2 of them quickly left the courtyard and walked to the kitchen. Tang Ziming snuggled into Li Lingtian's arms, enjoying the warmth and security. The entire Tianyu Peak was picturesque, like a fairyland in the 9 heavens. The 2 of them merged into this mountain peak. A place with Big Brother Lingtian is a paradise. Tang Ziming murmured as she stared at Li Lingtian with her beautiful eyes, causing Li Lingtian's heart to tremble. This Tang Ziming was so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. Even the 9 heavenly maiden in one's imagination was far inferior to her. Even with his knowledge from the 21st century, he could not find words to describe Tang Ziming's beauty. This was a kind of beauty, a kind of temperament, a kind of intoxicating purity.
Li Lingtian held Tang Ziming in his arms as he gazed into the distance. He was satisfied with Tang Ziming after coming to this world. Gradually, his mental state entered a wonderful realm. Everything in the world came alive, and his spiritual sense and perception became incomparably powerful. His divine sense enveloped the entire sky peak. Even an ant would find it difficult to escape his divine sense. Eh! At that moment, Li Lingtian exclaimed in surprise. He immediately opened his eyes and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. As if he had seen something strange, his expression changed endlessly. Big brother Lingtian, what's wrong? Tang Ziming was enjoying Li Lingtian's embrace when she heard Li Lingtian's exclamation. She was jolted awake and looked at him curiously. I didn't expect my sky peak to have such an existence. Let's go. Li Lingtian muttered to himself. After that, he wrapped his arm around Tang Ziming and dashed toward the pool on the side of Skyward Peak. The last place they landed was by the pond. They looked at the pond seriously. The pond was green and emitted a faint cold air. This Tianyu Peak was at least 2,000 meters tall, and this pool was also nearly 2,000 meters above the ground. However, the water in this pool was still alive, which was strange to him. However, he didn't pay much attention to this pond when he found it last time. He was just curious. Just a moment ago, his state of mind had sublimated, and his divine sense and sword intent had fused. He had actually felt an astonishing sword intent flickering. If he hadn't cultivated the sword essence, he wouldn't have been able to discover the existence of this sword essence. And this sword intent was emitted from the pool. He was not a fool. If there was no treasure in the pool, there would definitely not be sword intent. His sword intent could sense the existence of all swords. As long as it was a sword, no matter what level it was, he could sense it within a certain range. Meng Meng, wait for me here. I'll go down and take a look. Li Lingtian gave Tang Ziming some instructions before he shifted his gaze to the pool. Yes. Tang Ziming nodded. Li Lingtian always had his reasons for doing things. Naturally, there was no danger in this place since it was Tianyu Peak. However, when she saw Li Lingtian's actions, her face flushed red. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Lingtian had taken off her clothes right in front of her, leaving her with only a pair of shorts. How could she not feel embarrassed when a man took off his clothes in front of her? Even though Li Lingtian was her fiancé, it was her first time doing something like this. Big brother Lingtian, you? Tang Ziming called out softly, not daring to look up at Li Lingtian. I want to go down. Help me hold my clothes. Li Lingtian was stunned, but he immediately understood that there was a peerless beauty beside him. However, he was used to it since he would always take off his clothes when he swam. Tang Ziming was his fiancée, so he did not pay much attention to this. Now that he thought about it, it was a little abrupt. In a flash, he had already entered the pool. A ripple appeared in the pool and Li Lingtian was nowhere to be seen. When Tang Ziming saw Li Lingtian's disappearance, she hugged Li Lingtian's clothes in her arms. She was still extremely shy when she thought of brother Lingtian's earlier appearance. Fuck, I'm the one who's cold. As soon as Li Lingtian entered the pool, he felt as if he had entered an ice cellar and forgot to warm up. However, his instinctive defense was used. The true dragon body barrier protected his entire body and his body quickly sank down. The water in the pond was green. He found a problem. The pond was 5 meters wide and 10 meters long. The pool looked as if it had been carved out by a knife, and the stone walls were as smooth as mirrors. After sinking for 3,000 meters, the oppressive force in the pool had already pushed Li Lingtian's warrior king cultivation to the maximum. Finally, they landed on the ground. Under the pool was a huge array altar that emitted dense sword intent. Defend. Sword intent. This sword intent did not belong to him. He did not dare to be careless. He could only display his own defense and walk forward step by step. Boom! A shocking sword intent came crashing down on him. Li Lingtian shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood. The expression on his face changed as he felt the mysterious and terrifying sword intent's pressure. At the edge of the array altar under the pond, a light shield suddenly appeared. A shocking sword intent erupted from the light shield, and the sword intent destroyed the mind. In Li Lingtian's line of sight, there was a 3-foot-long sword within the light shield. The sword was crystal clear, as transparent as glass from his previous life. The sword was 2 inches wide with a slit in the middle. On the hilt was a diamond-shaped crystal. The sword was suspended in the light shield as it spun. Streaks of white light were emitted from the sword. With the light shield enveloping the sword, Li Lingtian did not know what the white light was or what its power was. What a good sword! This pool was created for this sword. The pool concealed and suppressed the sword intent, and it took so much effort. One can imagine how important this sword is. Li Lingtian looked at the long sword before him. His desire for the sword had already been ignited in his heart as if he had seen his beloved treasure. This was the first time he had experienced such a situation. Even when he saw the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, he did not have such a feeling. Perhaps it was because he had a natural fondness for swords after cultivating sword essence. Divine sense? No, that will blast me into an idiot. Break the formation? No, unless I'm an idiot. Looking at the long sword in the light shield, Li Lingtian's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to retrieve the long sword. However, he did not dare to test it out even though he had thought of many methods. His cultivation had reached the martial king realm, so he was definitely not a rookie. Even a martial emperor might not be as meticulous as him. Naturally, he would not be stupid enough to rashly use this long sword. Sword intent. Li Lingtian had a flash of inspiration. He was attracted by the sword intent. Since his divine consciousness and the array formation were not working, he might as well try the sword intent. With that, he activated his divine sense, and his aura suddenly changed. A sword intent appeared in the pool, and he was like a sharp sword. The water in the pond started to twist, and the sword will spread out and quickly rush towards the light shield. CC. When the sword intent came into contact with the light shield, it produced a sizzling sound. Li Lingtian was stunned. Because the shocking sword intent on the light shield was rapidly surging towards him. The shocking sword intent was many times stronger than the one he had cultivated. The light shield gradually weakened and the long sword trembled. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! His mind was in a state of shock. The long sword trembled, and the light shield disappeared completely. The white light emitted by the long sword illuminated the entire pool, and the entire pool was white. Tianyu sword. Li Lingtian's face was filled with shock. He had never expected that this long sword was the legendary sky sword. The sword intent of the Tianyu sword quickly entered his body. He could only use his own sword intent to slowly devour the other party's sword intent and fuse them together. He circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique, and the true dragon body barrier protected his body. His powerful divine sense resisted the corrosion of the sword intent. What shocked him was that the blood he had just spat out was absorbed by the Tianyu sword, as if it had gained life. Seeing this situation, he hardened his heart and sacrificed a drop of blood essence, quickly pressing it towards the Tianyu sword. Since the sword intent was eroding him, why not subdue it? At least the Tianyu sword would not destroy him. After the Tianyu sword obtained the blood essence, blood vessels appeared on the crystal-clear sword body, just like a person's meridians. In the end, they disappeared and returned to their previous appearance. The entire process only took a few seconds. Just as the blood essence was being absorbed, Li Lingtian's divine consciousness was connected to the Tianyu sword as if it was a living being. Boom! The cosmic sword emitted an astonishing radiance. With a loud boom, the pool water surged into the sky as the cosmic sword shot out. When Li Lingtian saw this, he shot out as well and quickly gave chase. Tang Ziming was still feeling shy. She did not expect Brother Lingtian to take off his clothes in front of her. It was so embarrassing. At this moment, the calm water in the pond rose into the sky, and a white shadow shot out. Immediately, a destructive sword intent was emitted, and she was thrown out. The water of the pond rose to a height of 1,000 meters. Countless Sky Cloud sex warriors saw this scene and were shocked. Announce AV Group 6072429992. Chapter 146. Something happened to Tang Qingyue. As expected, you didn't disappoint me. The birth of the Tianyu sword has shaken the world. In Sky Cloud Sec's forbidden grounds, a middle-aged man looked at the situation at Sky Cloud Peak with excitement. No one had been able to take out the Sky Cloud sword for tens of thousands of years in Sky Cloud Sect. He didn't expect someone to really take it out. Heaven-destroying sword formation. I didn't expect you to really cultivate sword intent. But this is only the beginning. One hope you'll be careful. In the library, the seemingly ordinary old man said indifferently, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. The Tianyu sword soared into the sky while Li Lingtian followed closely behind. He grabbed it with one hand and unleashed his divine consciousness to control the Tianyu sword. When they finally landed, the pond water returned to the pond, and the sword essence of Tianyu Peak burst out. Li Lingtian did not care about the fact that he was not wearing any clothes. He quickly absorbed the sword intent, and it took half an hour for Tianyu Peak to regain its peace. Big Brother Lingtian. At that moment, Tang Ziming ran over and looked at Li Lingtian with concern. She had completely forgotten that Li Lingtian was naked. I'm fine. I didn't expect that the Tianyu sword would actually be in my Tianyu Peak. Li Lingtian wiped it with one hand and the aura on it vanished. A spell seal was cast to temporarily seal the sword's consciousness and aura of the Tianyu sword. When he saw Tang Ziming's appearance with one hand, his eyes widened. Tang Ziming was drenched from head to toe. She had been drenched by the pool water just now. Her delicate body and ample breasts were almost ready to burst out. She thought to herself, this little girl is only 16 years old. How did she develop so well? You're still looking? It's all because of you. Meng Meng is Big Brother Ling Tian's woman. Look. Tang Ziming felt extremely shy when she saw Li Lingtian's gaze. She was drenched from head to toe, revealing her exquisite body and full chest to Li Lingtian. However, when she thought about how she was Big Brother Ling Tian's fiancée, and how she liked Big Brother Ling Tian, it didn't matter if she looked at him. She was already his, so why would she care about looking at him? Furthermore, she still had clothes on her. After saying that, she pouted her rosy lips and puffed out her chest. Instantly, Li Lingtian's blood boiled as he felt the urge to execute this little girl on the spot. However, when she thought of the current situation, she quickly took out a set of clothes from the divine dragon ring and put them on. Tang Ziming's clothes were also drenched. Big Brother Ling Tian, turn around. Tang Ziming noticed that Li Lingtian had changed his clothes and her own clothes were drenched. If she returned like this, she would definitely be laughed at by Qingping and Xiao Xiao. With that said, she cast a restriction in a hidden spot and instructed Li Lingtian to turn around. She wanted to change her clothes. Although she liked Li Lingtian and considered herself his wife, she was still a 16-year-old girl. Li Lingtian smiled as he turned around. With a wave of his hand, a restriction spell enveloped Tang Ziming and she disappeared from sight. He did not want others to see Tang Ziming's beautiful body. After casting such a restriction, even a martial emperor would not be able to see it. A moment later, Tang Ziming walked out of the restriction and changed into a beautiful set of light purple clothes. Coupled with her fair skin and pure temperament, she looked like a goddess from the 9 heavens. 2. Let's go back quickly. Otherwise, the 2 little girls will be worried again. Li Lingtian said when he saw Tang Ziming getting dressed. The 2 of them had been here for more than half an hour, and they must have known about the commotion. Yes. Tang Ziming nodded obediently before she went forward to hold Li Lingtian's arm. The 2 of them headed toward the Tianyu Pavilion. When they returned to Tianyu Pavilion, the 2 little girls were indeed waiting at the entrance worriedly. They were overjoyed to see Li Lingtian and Tang Ziming return. Under the 2 little girls' questioning, the meal passed happily. After dinner, Li Lingtian chatted with Tang Ziming for a while before returning to his room. He did not expect to obtain the Tianyu sword and he had to subdue it now. At the very least, The weapon had to recognize its master. If it could not be used, it would take its time. The Sky Sword, one of the legendary 5 great saint weapons of the divine martial continent. The fusion of the 5 saint weapons is enough to destroy the world. However, the 5 saint weapons are scattered in the divine martial continent and no one has ever obtained them. Any one of them is a supreme saint weapon. One never thought that the Tianyu sword would actually be in my Tianyu peak. I wonder what kind of power it will have after the 5 saint weapons fuse together? Li Lingtian looked at the Tianyu sword. He knew quite a bit about ancient secrets or he would not be so shocked. Although it was only a saint weapon, which was one level lower than his celestial extreme tyrant saber and roaring dragon combat halberd, after the 5 saint weapons were combined, it would become an ancient divine weapon. The people of Skycloud sect should have known that the Skycloud sword was on Skycloud Peak, but no one could take it away. I didn't expect it to be mine. Li Lingtian felt a sense of warmth in his heart. Becoming the Sky Pavilion Master was just an identity. Their true goal was to see if he had the chance to obtain the Sky Sword. Li Lingtian only needed to organize his thoughts for a moment to understand these things. Sacrifice. A trace of blood essence was released once again. One spell after another was cast on the Tianyu sword, and the Tianyu sword began to spin rapidly. If he wanted to use the Tianyu sword, he had to refine it. In the past, he could not fully use a divine weapon at the martial spirit realm. However, he was now at the martial king realm and only needed to refine a divine weapon. This made it much easier for him. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the Tianyu sword turned into sword will and disappeared from Li Lingtian's hand. Finally, it disappeared completely and entered Li Lingtian's dantian. Inside his dantian, he could see a miniature universe sword that was about an inch in size spinning continuously. Beside it was the roaring dragon battle halberd. In the dantian, the treasure could be nourished by true qi and could also fuse with its master more tacitly. It's impossible for a martial king realm martial artist to wield the power of a saint weapon. But now, I can bring out the power of the universe sword to the effect of a supreme grade emperor weapon. In addition to the sword howl. Hee. Li Lingtian stood up. The thought of his refinement of the Tianyu sword coupled with the sword howl of the heavens and earth made him feel afraid. The ice, fire, 9 heavens were tyrannical and destructive. He did not dare to use them easily. Now that he had the sword howl of the heavens and earth, he would have the strength to fight a martial arts grandmaster or martial emperor again. Li Lingtian's group of 4 cultivated freely in the Tianyu pavilion, ignoring the outside world. 3 months had passed. In just 3 months, Li Lingtian's cultivation had reached the peak of Tier 4 Warrior King. Tang Ziming's cultivation had also reached Tier 1 Warrior King, while Li Xiaoxiao and Qing Ping were Tier 5 Warrior Spirits. Li Lingtian had also gained complete control of the first stage of Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens. His various skills had reached their limits. His strength had increased greatly, and his mood had improved greatly. He could also refine peerless quality grade 3 medicinal pills. It was not a good day for Li Lingtian and the other 3. Li Lingtian and the other 3 were chatting in the courtyard when a voice transmission talisman appeared before Li Lingtian. Young Master Lingtian, Miss Purple Dream, something happened to Mississippi Blue Moon. The voice transmission talisman turned into ashes and a voice was heard. Li Lingtian and Tang Ziming were familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the servant from Tang Qingyue's Rhyme Tea House. With a wave of his hand, the restriction was opened, and a young girl flew over. Young Master Lingtian, Miss Purple Dream, Miss Blue Moon has been taken away by Wutian. Lu Min's tears immediately flowed out when she saw Li Lingtian and the others. She looked extremely anxious. Speak slowly. Don't be anxious. What happened? Li Lingtian was anxious as well, but he could not afford to scare the young lady since she was only a warrior. When Wutian found out that Miss Blue Moon had given her own blood to young Master Lingtian, he was furious and forcefully took Miss Blue Moon away, saying that she was going back to the Azure continent. Miss gave this to me 2 days ago and said that if anything happened to her, she would give this to Miss Purple Dream. Lu Min handed a jade slip to Li Lingtian. Although this jade slip was for Tang Ziming, She understood that Tang Ziming was Li Lingtian's fiancé and it was more suitable for Li Lingtian. Wutian Zhenren, Zhangzhou, Dishi Lingfeng. Li Lingtian received the jade slip and sent his divine consciousness into it. His expression changed drastically before he handed the jade slip to Tang Ziming. When Tang Ziming saw the information in the jade slip, tears rolled down her face. Li Lingtian now understood that Tang Qingyue was the fiancé of the eldest young master of the Dishi family in the Tsong continent, while Dishi Lingfeng was already a 7th-level martial emperor. 16 years ago, Dishi Lingfeng had discovered Tang Qingyue's Yin body. Tang Qingyue became Dishi Lingfeng's fiancé, a super martial emperor. No one could resist her, and the Tang family had no choice but to agree. Tang Qingyue had been cultivating in Sky Cloud sect. In this way, she could use Sky Cloud sect's power to control Dishi family. Although Sky Cloud sect and Dishi family were not on the same level, Sky Cloud sect could use the Iron Law to suppress Dishi family. All these years, the Dishi family didn't take Tang Qingyue away, but let a super powerful warrior watch over her. Dishi Lingfeng wanted to get the blood of extreme Yin when he was a level 9 martial emperor and break through to the martial honored realm. This was also the reason why the Dishi family did not take Tang Qingyue away. However, in order to save Li Lingtian, Tang Qingyue had given him her only drop of ultimate Yin blood. When Wu Tian found out about it, he forcefully took Tang Qingyue back to the Azure continent. One only hoped that Meng Meng will be happy. Take good care of Meng Meng. Don't interfere in my matters. I'll give you that drop of Yin blood. I don't regret it. The last sentence in the jade slip made Li Lingtian's heart ache. Last time at Yunming restaurant, Tang Qingyue had forced him to flee in embarrassment. He had thought that something was wrong with Tang Qingyue, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. The Azure continent was a powerful existence, many times more powerful than the Eastern Spirit Azure continent. Even the entire Azure continent couldn't compete with the Dishi family of the Azure continent. Miss knew what was going to happen after she returned to Sky Cloud sect, so she gave me this jade slip to keep. Lu Min looked at Li Lingtian and the rest's expressions before she spoke softly. It turned out that Tang Qingyue had already known that this day would come, which was why she had given the jade slip to Lu Min. Chapter 147. The Thunderclap City. Come, let's head to the Azure continent. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment. Tang Qingyue was willing to offend the Dishi family in order to give him the ultimate Yin blood. He understood that Tang Qingyue was a virgin. If it was just for Tang Ziming, she would definitely not do this. She did not regret it. Even a fool would understand what she meant. She could offend the Dishi family for him without any regrets. She had lived 2 lives, so she had nothing to be afraid of. The Dishi family was powerful, and she had to face it too. Young Master Lingtian, Miss said that the Dishi family won't dare to touch her for the time being. If you go like this, you won't stand a chance. Lu Min thought about it for a while. She remembered Tang Qingyue talking to herself once. Although she didn't understand it at that time, now that something like this had happened, she naturally understood. Misfortunes never come alone. Just as the few of them were deep in thought, another voice transmission talisman came to the Tianyu Pavilion. Sky Dragon Empire's Nangong Lin greets the Sky Pavilion Master. 700,000 troops of Marquis Pingbei are trapped in the Thunderclap City. We hope that Pavilion Master Tianyu can provide assistance. Li Lingtian looked at the voice transmission talisman in front of him. With a sweep of his divine perception, he tapped a drop of blood essence. This voice transmission talisman was an encrypted voice transmission talisman. It could only be activated by receiving the blood essence of the voice transmission talisman. Otherwise, this voice transmission talisman would automatically be destroyed. Upon receiving the news, Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically as he spat out a mouthful of blood. How did these 2 things come together? One was the love of a beautiful woman, and the other was his father being surrounded. How could such things happen together? The Thunderclap City was originally garrisoned with hundreds of thousands of troops. This time, the Marquis of Pingbei had even brought a large army with him. How could they be surrounded?
Marquis Pingbei's strength was not weak. He used his troops like a god and had never been defeated. Even a fool would understand that Jing Lei's accident this time was definitely caused by martial artists joining the battle. Humph, anyone who dares to touch my family, even if you're a god, I'll send you to the 18th level of hell. Li Lingtian said coldly. He tossed a pill into his mouth to calm his mind and began to think calmly. Tang Ziming took out a silk handkerchief to wipe away the blood on Li Lingtian's lips. At this moment, she could only rely on Li Lingtian. Xiao Xiao and Qing Ping will stay in Sky Peak. Meng Meng and I will go to Sky Dragon City now. Li Lingtian's mind spun rapidly as he sorted out the situation. In the end, he said seriously that it was impossible for him to head to the Azure continent with his current strength. He had to go to Sky Dragon City to understand the situation and resolve the matter in Thunderclap City. When the war began, millions of soldiers would fight each other. Li Suifeng was only a 9th-level martial king. He would not be able to resist such a large army, let alone the enemy's super experts. Don't worry, young master. Li Xiaoxiao and Qing Ping both respectfully agreed. They understood that with their cultivation, they would only be a burden to their young master, let alone help him. Li Lingtian gave some pills and spiritual stones to the two of them so that Lu Min could cultivate at Tianyu Peak. These spirit stones and medicinal pills were enough for them to cultivate to the martial king realm. After arranging everything, Li Lingtian left Tianyu Peak on the Heavenly Cloud spaceship and headed straight for Sky Dragon City. The Sky Cloud flying ship flew at full speed, and it only took half a day to reach Sky Dragon City from Sky Cloud sect. On the spaceship, Tang Ziming's mood was slightly better because her sister would not be in any danger for the time being. As long as brother Ling Tian was around, she did not have to worry about these things. Big brother Ling Tian, do you like my big sister? Tang Ziming leaned into Li Lingtian's arms and looked up at him with a serious expression. What are you thinking, little girl? Li Lingtian was taken aback. He did not expect the little girl to say something like that. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Qingyue was indeed a peerless beauty in the world. She and Tang Ziming had their own merits, but he did not have such thoughts in his heart at all. However, Tang Ziming's question reminded him of Tang Qingyue. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. No one would not be tempted by such a beauty. Even a eunuch would be tempted by such a beauty. In fact, my sister has never agreed to this marriage, but Dishi family is too powerful. If she doesn't agree, our Tang family will disappear. During this period of time, I've noticed that although sister is very fierce towards you, Meng Meng knows that sister has feelings for you. Actually, Meng Meng doesn't want big sister to marry into the Azure continent. She wants to be with big sister forever, with big brother Ling Tian forever, with the three of us together. Tang Ziming said softly as her beautiful eyes were fixed on Li Lingtian. In the divine martial continent, where the strong were respected, having 3 wives and 4 concubines was a common occurrence. Let's settle these 2 matters first. Sister Qingyue, we grew up together. One don't want her to suffer. Li Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the little girl to think that way. Who did not like beautiful women? However, he did not want to be a playboy. He didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Tang Qingyue. Was it gratitude or something else? He couldn't explain it clearly. The two of them were deep in thought on the flying ship. The flying ship flew at high speed, and Sky Dragon City was in sight. Li Lingtian from the North Marquis residence has something important to discuss with the Emperor. Kill him without mercy. Li Lingtian's voice rang out in the distance. His voice traveled to Sky Dragon City and countless warriors heard it. The patrolling members at the city gate were also shocked. They did not dare to stop the huge flying ship in the sky. The flying ship directly entered Sky Dragon City from the sky, and arrived above the Imperial Palace in the blink of an eye. Countless martial artists in Sky Dragon Great City were shocked when they saw the huge spaceship flying in the sky. This was the first time a spaceship flew directly above Sky Dragon Great City. The spaceship landed in front of the palace. Li Lingtian pulled Tang Ziming down from the spaceship and with a wave of his hand, the spaceship was put away and they headed straight for the palace's main entrance. Greetings,
young noble Ling Tian. Countless guards greeted Li Ling Tian respectfully upon his arrival without any obstruction. After entering the palace, he arrived at the Heavenly Dragon Palace. There were already countless generals discussing in the palace. Li Ling Tian has something to discuss. Li Ling Tian shouted from the front of the hall before he walked in. He knew that it was about the matter in Thunderclap City when he saw the grave expressions on the faces of the numerous generals. Please sit. Nangong Haoming's expression was calm when he saw Li Ling Tian enter. He was no longer bothered by Li Ling Tian's casual attitude. Someone like him would not care about such formalities. The reason why the Thunderclap City was besieged by the Tianjin Empire was mainly because of the participation of countless experts from the Tianjin Empire. One don't know why, but the Thunderclap City was only besieged and not attacked. There are 1.8 million troops from both sides of the Thunderclap City. With the power of the Tiger Legion of Tianjin Empire, our army will definitely not be able to defeat them in a great battle. One of the generals spoke up and told him about the situation in the Thunderclap City. Li Ling Tian listened from the side. He only needed to know the truth of the matter. As long as the news was true that Thunderclap City was besieged, he would head to Thunderclap City. He didn't care about anything else. At the very least, his father couldn't be harmed. Your Majesty, you can discuss the matters of the Thunderclap City. One will take my leave first. Li Ling Tian stood up and excused himself after listening for a while. Although no one present heard that Li Ling Tian was heading to Thunderclap City, those who understood him knew that Li Ling Tian was only here to confirm the authenticity of the news. Li Ling Tian brought Tang Ziming around Pingbei Marquis residence and the Tang family. After understanding some things, he flew toward Thunderclap City with Tang Ziming. Thunderclap City. Sky Dragon Empire's military stronghold was easy to defend but difficult to attack. However, it was actually surrounded by Tianjin Empire this time. The people of Sky Dragon Empire couldn't see through this matter. Since they had taken down Thunderclap City, they should send their troops down and attack the other cities of Sky Dragon Empire. Now that the Tianjin Empire's army had surrounded the Jing Thunder City without making a move, there must be something going on. Moreover, this matter was related to the Jing Thunder City. Sky Dragon City was 30,000 miles away from Thunderclap City. However, compared to the speed of the Heavenly Cloud spaceship, it was only a day's journey. Li Ling Tian stowed away the spaceship when they arrived thousands of miles away from Thunderclap City. He then landed with Tang Ziming and extended his divine consciousness to survey the surroundings. In Thunderclap City, Sky Dragon Empire had 700,000 troops, while Tianjin Empire had 1 million troops. Sky Dragon Empire's army was trapped in Thunderclap City. It was impossible for them to enter. What made Li Ling Tian feel uneasy was that there were still 300,000 troops stationed at Thunderclap Peak near Thunderclap City. Even if he didn't know how to use the army, he knew that such a garrison was against the rules of the art of war. No one would give up on the plains to defend the mountain peak. The Thunderclap City was surrounded, and they did not care about what was happening in the Thunderclap Peak. Now, they actually sent 300,000 troops to defend the Thunderclap Peak. It appeared to be a response to the Sky Dragon Empire's reinforcements, but in Li Ling Tian's eyes, it was undoubtedly a futile attempt. A diversion. Could it be that Tianjin Empire's target is not Sky Dragon Empire's Thunderclap City, but this Thunderclap Peak? Li Ling Tian was shocked when he thought of this. What could make Tianjin Empire mobilize millions of troops to deal with Thunderclap City? Meng Meng, hide here. 1 foot 11 inches, go take a look. Li Ling Tian whispered to Tang Ziming before he handed Little White to her. With Little White's defense and strength, he could escape even if he were to face a martial emperor. Then, he turned into a gust of wind and flew into the distance. He came to a hidden place and looked at the countless soldiers. A sense of shock rose in his heart. This was the first time he had seen an army of hundreds of thousands. How could he not be shocked? Tisk. With a flash of his body, he found an opportunity. A warrior soldier fell to the ground, grabbed with one hand, and disappeared. When he reappeared, Li Lingtian had transformed into a soldier from Tianjin Empire. With this armor, he could enter the Thunderclap Peak. The 300,000-strong army surrounded the Thunderclap Peak, but there was not a single soldier in the Thunderclap Peak. Rumble! A loud explosion was heard at Thunderclap Peak. Shocked, Li Lingtian's body flashed as he sprinted toward the depths of the mountain. Marshal Uncle Lu, the array formation can only last for half an hour. If it's half an hour later, the array formation will automatically recover. At the bottom of a precipice in the depths of the Thunderclap Peak, more than 10 warriors were surrounding an array altar, waving their hands continuously. The array altar trembled rapidly, and electric arcs flashed in the sky, like the prelude to a storm. Chapter 148. Scheming against a martial emperor. All right, you guys stay here. 1 foot 11 inches bring the thunderclap wings out in half an hour. Lu Yunfei looked at the trembling array altar and revealed an excited expression. His entire body emitted a powerful aura. Let me in. An old man said coldly when he saw Lu Yunfei entering the array altar. Qin Ming, one was the one who discovered this treasure first. You're only responsible for diverting Sky Dragon Empire's attention. Besides, this treasure is needed by His Majesty. Neither of us are qualified to have the thunderclap wings. Lu Yunfei saw that Qin Ming wanted to take the credit and was instantly unhappy. His face revealed a vicious expression. Humph, I'm just trying to divert Sky Dragon Empire's attention. But if it weren't for my million-strong army, do you think you would still be here? If those old guys from Sky Dragon Empire knew about this, Tianjin Empire wouldn't even be able to touch this treasure. Qin Ming coldly spoke. He had no intention of backing down. The dozen or so formation masters at the edge of the formation altar all revealed bitter expressions. If they continued to argue like this, they could forget about obtaining the treasures inside. Martial Emperor. 2 third-level Martial Emperors. Fuck, they actually caused a confrontation between the two armies over a treasure. Li Lingtian, who was hiding in the distance, finally understood what was going on. Tianjin Empire had discovered the Thunderclap wings on Thunderclap Peak and had not hesitated to surround Thunderclap City with an army to seize the treasure. Indeed, if an expert entered Sky Dragon Empire and activated the array to seize the treasures, the 4 sects and the 10 families would definitely not stand by and watch. With the presence of the army, the attention of the 4 sects and the 10 families would be diverted. No one would know that the experts of Tianjin Empire were here to steal the treasures. He actually came to Sky Dragon Empire to look for treasures. Damn it. When Li Lingtian saw 2 martial emperors competing for the treasure in his Sky Dragon Empire, he was displeased even though he did not know how powerful the thunderclap wings were. In his previous life, his country had been invaded by foreign powers, and his citizens had suffered a fiery life. They killed his citizens and robbed his national treasures. In his heart, he hated traitors and the enemy's fierce gazes the most. In his previous life, he had been hot-blooded, but there was nothing he could do. Now, this was a world where the strong were respected. He would definitely not watch his empire be violated and humiliated. Qin Ming, this is Sky Dragon Empire. After I go in and find the thunderclap wings, the credit will be ours. How about it? Lu Yunfei also understood that if this continued, the array would be closed, and their efforts would be in vain. Instead, they would benefit Sky Dragon Empire. Let's go in together. Qin Ming pondered for a moment. In any case, there were 300,000 soldiers guarding this place. No one would come here at all. Even if Sky Dragon Empire's army came to help, they would not be able to take it down in a short period of time. All right, that's it. Lu Yunfei thought for a moment. Both of them were third-level martial emperors. It was impossible for the other party to give up. Then, the 2 of them came to the edge of the array altar and looked at it carefully. This formation only lasts for half an hour. Guard the formation eye well. Qin Ming glanced at the 14 martial arts sect disciples. The 14 martial arts sect disciples did not have the slightest fear even when facing this million-strong army. This was because martial arts grandmasters were forbidden from joining the army's war. A war between martial arts grandmasters would easily destroy the world. How could ordinary armies withstand such destruction? This was also the ironclad rule of the four great empires of Eastern Spirit Azure continent. No country dared to violate this rule. Martial arts grandmasters were equivalent to nuclear weapons. Every country had martial arts grandmasters, so naturally, they would not easily violate the rules. The dozen or so martial arts grandmasters could only hide in the army. Even during the Great War of the Empire, martial arts grandmasters would only secretly kill the higher-ups of the other party's military.
Yes, disciple.
The 14 martial arts grandmasters said respectfully.
They cursed in their hearts.
If they delayed any longer, this array would be closed.
Swoosh!
The array altar exploded, and a ball of blue light appeared. The light was like electric arcs that appeared in the air from time to time. Qin Ming and Lu Yunfei disappeared. They had already entered the array altar. They should be below the thunderclap peak. Li Lingtian watched as the two martial emperors entered the array. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Step by step, he walked towards the array altar. He calculated in his heart that he had to suppress all these martial arts grandmasters in one strike to avoid alerting the army outside.
Who let you in? Why aren't you getting lost?
A martial arts grandmaster powerhouse shouted at Li Lingtian when he saw him. He thought that Li Lingtian was a soldier from Tianjin Empire since he was dressed in the same uniform.
You're courting death.
Li Lingtian's face was icy cold. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the space around him trembled.
Boom!
A shocking demonic power burst out, and the pressure of the demonic power directly suppressed more than 10 martial arts grandmasters, making them unable to move at all.
Silver-winged flying dragon. This is Senior Uncle Beichen's mount.
Your young master Ling Tian, Li Lingtian. Why are you here? How is that possible?
How did you know about this place?
A dozen martial arts grandmaster powerhouses revealed terrified expressions. They used their true essence to resist the pressure of the silver-winged flying dragon, but no matter how they used their true essence, they could not move at all. Some time ago, the news of Sky Dragon Empire's young master Ling Tian killing Beichen Wuyo had spread throughout Tianjin Empire. Li Lingtian had become the first target to be killed in Tianjin Empire. The silver-winged flying dragon belonged to Beichen Wuyo. After Beichen Wuyo's death, the silver-winged flying dragon was obtained by Li Lingtian. Now that he had seen the silver-winged flying dragon, he naturally recognized Li Lingtian.
Killed. Li Lingtian said coldly.
He had no interest in these martial arts grandmasters. He made a killing gesture with one hand as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes.
Roar!
With a deep roar, the silver-winged flying dragon's martial emperor level pressure pressed down fiercely. Its huge body turned into a shadow and swept towards the dozen martial arts grandmasters.
Rumble!
Rumble!
Rumble! Rumble!
Level 5, Level 4, was equivalent to a Level 4 martial emperor. It was a whole realm higher than these martial arts grandmasters. Naturally, it was like killing ants. In the blink of an eye, the 14 martial arts grandmasters were beaten into nothingness. Li Lingtian watched as more than a dozen martial arts grandmasters died. His body flashed as he collected the fallen martial arts grandmasters' storage pouches with a strange smile on his face.
Wait a minute.
If one of them comes out, no matter who it is, kill him immediately. Li Lingtian looked at the array altar as he spoke to the silver-winged flying dragon beside him. At the same time, he activated his divine consciousness and summoned the jade-eyed beast and multicolored beast. The three demonic beasts and Li Lingtian surrounded the array altar as they paid close attention to it. After giving his instructions, he raised his mental strength to the peak and used Ice, Fire, Death, the first layer of the 9 heavens. In his hands, a ball of flames and a glacier formed. As long as someone came out, he would attack with all his strength. With the power of his Ice, Fire, 9 heavens and the strength of the 3 demonic beasts, even a third-level martial emperor would lose half his life if he did not die.
Seconds ticked by.
The sky outside was calm and there was not a single movement. Li Lingtian's entire body had entered a state of clarity and his attacks were at their peak. The three demonic beasts also withdrew their pressure, but they made a killing stance. Boom! The array altar trembled, and the blue light trembled. Electric arcs flashed in the sky, and at the same time, the blue light of the array altar erupted with all kinds of electric arcs. A figure appeared on the array altar. However, Li Lingtian could not believe his eyes when he saw the figure. Qin Ming looked like he had been struck by lightning. His hair was upside down and his clothes were torn. He looked like a beggar. Iced fire, nine heavens, death. Roar. 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 In his shock, he didn't forget to attack. The nine heavens of ice and fire that he had prepared for a long time ruthlessly blasted out. A beam of light directly blasted onto Qin Ming's body on the array altar. All. That I'm not willing to accept this. With a miserable cry, for destructive attacks landed on his body. Qin Ming also noticed the arrival of the attacks, but when he saw the power of the 4 attacks, despair appeared in his heart. He didn't have the chance to retaliate and was blasted into pieces in the blink of an eye. Originally, he had already exhausted his true essence by subduing the thunderclap wings below and was even struck by lightning. As soon as he came out, he was killed by the other party's attack without any reaction. The earth-shattering explosion and screams shook the 300,000-strong army. An electric arc shot into the sky from the thunderclap peak. Li Lingtian had used up most of his true qi when he unleashed Ice Fire Nine Heavens. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he took out a jade bottle and put a drop of the 1,000-year stalactite milk into his mouth. He had recovered more than half of his zhenqi, so he didn't dare to use the heaven-defying pill now. He grabbed a storage bag with one hand and put it into the divine dragon ring without hesitation. At this moment, another figure shot out and floated in the air in fear. Looking at the 3 demonic beasts and Li Lingtian in front of the array altar, he was shocked to find Qin Mingi had been beaten into nothingness. Silver-winged flying dragon. Li Lingtian, you're fucking courting death. How dare you plot against us? Hand over your storage pouch and one will spare your life. Lu Yunfei looked at the situation below and the riot of the 300,000 troops. This kind of commotion shook the million troops. Furthermore, the thunderclap wings that he had just obtained had fallen into Li Lingtian's hands. How could he not be furious? Both Sky Dragon Empire and Tianjin Empire knew that they could recognize Li Lingtian when they saw the silver-winged flying dragon. Fuck you, are you stupid or are you in a daze? Looking for treasures in my Sky Dragon Empire? Aren't you courting death? Now that the thunderclap wings are in my hands, do you still want to go back? Today, you'll stay in Sky Dragon Empire forever. Li Lingtian laughed out loud. With a wave of his hand, the multicolored beast was recalled. In a flash, he was on top of the silver-winged flying dragon. The silver-winged flying dragon soared into the sky and flew toward Lu Yunfei. The jade-eyed beast also quickly shot out. Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd. Li Lingtian extended his hand and the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd appeared in his hand. With a swing of the halberd, he looked like a god of war descending as the silver-winged flying dragon swiftly flew toward Lu Yunfei. Chapter 149. Emperor's Mountain and River Painting. Dragon Qi burst out, and the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd tore through the space. A destructive attack smashed toward Lu Yunfei. Sky Drop Fist. Rumble. Lu Yunfei was shocked when he saw the silver-winged flying dragon and Li Lingtian arrive. He was well aware of the silver-winged flying dragon's strength. Even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to defeat it. Now that his true essence was depleted, it was impossible for him to defeat the silver-winged flying dragon. Furthermore, there was the terrifying Li Lingtian. With such a combination, he had no chance of winning. However, he was unwilling to accept the fact that the thunderclap wings were in Li Lingtian's hands. He had spent half a month to obtain the thunderclap wings, which he had spent so much effort to obtain, just like that. As the punch struck out, the space trembled and instantly shattered. Endless astral winds wreaked havoc in the air. Lu Yunfei's face was filled with fear when the two attacks collided. He did not believe the legend that Li Lingtian had killed Beichen Wuyo. Now that he had struck, he understood that even if Li Lingtian could not kill Beichen Wuyo, who was a martial emperor, his strength was not something a martial grandmaster could compare to. He couldn't help but retreat 1,000 meters before stabilizing himself. He revealed a hesitant expression. The riot in the sky was noticed by the hundreds of thousands of Tianjin Empire's army. They were all shocked when they saw the silver-winged flying dragon and Lu Yunfei in the sky. Even the distant thunderclap city could feel the space trembling. Countless soldiers looked up at the sky, their faces filled with worship and shock. "It won't be so easy to leave. Let's go," Li Lingtian shouted softly. His voice was like a dragon's roar as the silver-winged flying dragon he was riding shot forward. In an instant, Lu Yunfei was flying in the sky while the silver-winged flying dragon and jade-eye beast were in hot pursuit. Li Lingtian, who was on the back of the silver-winged flying dragon, unleashed a series of powerful attacks. Even if he could not kill Lu Yunfei, he could at least make the latter consume his true essence and stop to block. This way, the distance between the two was maintained at 100 meters. Rumble. Rumble. Explosions continued in the air, and the space trembled. "Look, it's a martial arts grandmaster." "It's not the aura of a martial grandmaster. It's the aura of a martial emperor." "He's really a martial emperor. Could he be a martial emperor from Tianjin Empire?" A martial monarch realm expert. A martial monarch realm expert was actually defeated and fled. Who is so powerful? Silver-winged flying dragon. It's a silver-winged flying dragon. It's young noble Ling Tian's silver-winged flying dragon. I know it. It's a silver-winged flying dragon. Young noble Ling Tian killed Beichen speechless and obtained this silver-winged flying dragon, the jade-eyed beast behind him. Young Master Ling Tian has arrived. I didn't expect young Master Ling Tian to defeat a martial monarch powerhouse. Young noble Ling Tian, young noble Ling Tian. Young noble Ling Tian, young noble Ling Tian. The Sky Dragon Empire's army in the Thunderclap City was shocked when they saw the battle in the sky. Many soldiers recognized that the powerhouse in the air was a martial monarch powerhouse, and the person behind him was young Master Ling Tian. In an instant, the morale of Sky Dragon Empire soared. The soldiers of Tianjin Empire were stunned when they saw their own martial emperor being chased. Rumble! A shocking attack landed directly outside the Thunderclap City. Outside was the army of Tianjin Empire. With one attack, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were turned into pieces. Screams of agony were heard as Li Lingtian's powerful and destructive attack was something that no one below the martial arts grandmaster realm could withstand, let alone the ordinary soldiers. Li Lingtian, you'll die a horrible death. Li Lingtian, you violated the rules. You attacked the army and violated the iron law of Eastern Spirit Continent. Even a fool would know that Li Lingtian was doing this on purpose after more than 10 consecutive attacks. They did not expect such a powerhouse to attack an ordinary army and cursed out loud. Seeing this situation, Lu Yunfei also started cursing. This bastard was too despicable. Li Lingtian, martial arts grandmaster powerhouses are not allowed to attack ordinary armies. You're violating the iron law of Green Island. Lu Yunfei floated in the air and shouted loudly. His empire's million-strong army was still here. If he escaped, the thunderclap wings would be gone, and the army would all die. He used the iron law to suppress Li Lingtian so that he would not dare to attack the army after he escaped. Fuck am I a Wu Zong? I have to make a move. Unless you commit suicide, I will slaughter your Tianjin Empire's million-strong army and destroy it. As Li Lingtian spoke, he bombarded the ground below. Shocking destructive attacks exploded among the army, causing countless troops to vanish into thin air. Lord Marquis, it's young master. It's young noble Ling Tian. I didn't expect young noble Ling Tian to chase after a martial monarch and beat him up. Look at that martial monarch, he's simply like a beggar. How embarrassing. The Heavenly Dragon Army in Thunderclap City was extremely excited when they saw Li Lingtian. Lu Yunfei was furious. Not only did his words fail to stop Li Lingtian, but they had also increased the speed of his attack. When he heard someone say that he looked like a beggar, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was humiliating. The Tianjin Empire's army was dying one after another. They were terrified when they heard Li Lingtian's words. He could only be considered unlucky to have provoked such a person. Li Lingtian, let's have a fair fight. Do you dare? Lu Yunfei was stunned as well. Li Lingtian was at the martial king realm, so the iron law did not apply to him. If this went on, he would not be able to escape and the million-strong army would all die here. Moreover, if Li Lingtian entered Tianjin Empire, the empire would be in trouble. Do you have any shame? A martial royal realm expert wants to fight a martial king realm expert fairly? Are all the people of Tianjin Empire so shameless? What ability do you have to fight young noble Lingtian? You really don't know shame. If I were you, I'd kill myself. There was a lot of cursing below. A martial royal realm expert actually wanted to fight a martial king realm expert fair and square. What a joke. The army of Tianjin Empire also felt embarrassed. Every soldier had the same thought in their hearts. Don't say that I know you. It's really embarrassing to know you. All right, I won't attack them. If you have the ability, then run away. Li Lingtian declared loudly. A fair fight must be fought. There was no such thing as fairness in this world. There was only fists, and the bigger the fist, the more reason it had. All right, you said it. Lu Yunfei was taken aback as his body shot out. Li Lingtian was stunned for a moment. The martial emperor was truly speechless at this point. What was 1,000,000 troops? His life was more important. He could not get the thunderclap wings back. It was more important for him to escape. Now that Li Lingtian had promised in front of everyone that he would not attack the Tianjin Empire's army, he would be the one to lose face if he went back on his word. Do you think it's that easy to leave? Li Lingtian shouted loudly as he slammed his body against the silver-winged flying dragon's body. His entire body shot out like a cannonball. The dragon roar battle halberd in his hand brought with it a destructive power as it smashed fiercely towards Lu Yunfei. Rumble. Rumble. In the sky, a huge battle broke out again. Lu Yunfei was also shocked. He did not expect that he did not even have the ability to escape. Roar Dragon Battle Halberd, go to hell. The roaring dragon combat halberd turned into a shooting star and shot toward Lu Yun. Iced Fire 9 Heavens, Death. The silver-winged flying dragon and the emerald-eye beast took advantage of the moment when the roaring dragon combat halberd stopped Lu Yunfei and came to Lu Yunfei's front. They formed a formation and surrounded Lu Yunfei. Li Lingtian had found an opportunity as well. Relying on his powerful strength, he levitated in the air and raised his hands. A glacier and a raging flame appeared. 2 ultimate attacks appeared in the air. Lu Yunfei was utterly shocked. He had heard of Li Lingtian's power, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Li Lingtian clasped his hands together and the space exploded with the aura of destruction and death as a beam of light shot toward him. The Emperor's Mountain and River Diagram. Everything in the world is illusory. Seeing this terrifying light, even if he didn't know its power, with the senses and knowledge of a martial emperor, he knew how terrifying the power of the fusion of ice and fire was. At this moment, he didn't dare to hesitate. With a flick of his divine sense, a mountain and river diagram appeared in front of him. A majestic aura of mountains and rivers burst forth from the space as a shocking pressure pressed down on Li Lingtian. The Emperor's Mountain and River diagram emitted a gray and ancient aura. A faint radiance shot toward Li Lingtian's light beam. Heaven and earth trembled non-stop, as if it was the end of the world. Rumble! The world shook and the space shook. Li Lingtian's body was also thrown into the air with a shocked expression on his face. At the same time, Lu Yunfei was also hit hard. The aura on the mountain and river diagram had also weakened. Not bad, not bad. This treasure is not bad, but it's a waste in your hands. Aren't you curious about how this young master could kill Beichen Wuyo and your companion Qin Ming? Now, 1 foot 11 inches show you what true strength is. Li Lingtian looked at Lu Yunfei in the distance. He did not seem to mind Lu Yunfei's escape. On the contrary, he revealed a smile on his face and kept commenting on the Emperor's mountain and river diagram in Lu Yunfei's hand. When he finished speaking, he threw a medicinal pill into his mouth, and his consumed true qi instantly recovered to its peak state. With one hand and one body, a transparent long sword appeared in his hand. Instantly, a shocking pressure erupted. Even Lu Yunfei, who was running away, stopped because he knew that if he ran away, his back would be exposed in front of his opponent. This pressure had already exceeded his imagination. Only a super treasure could have such an aura pressure. The power of an emperor can destroy heaven and earth. He circulated his vital essence to the limit. The aura of a martial monarch. Realm expert appeared in the sky, and endless spiritual qi quickly condensed. They looked at the long sword in Li Lingtian's hand in horror. This long sword was definitely on the same level as the thunderclap wings, or even more powerful and advanced than the thunderclap wings. Forbidden technique, a martial emperor's forbidden technique, that use the heaven-locking formation. Martial monarch realm experts will be punished by the heavens if they cast a forbidden technique. Countless soldiers were shocked when they saw Lu Yunfei casting the forbidden technique. If this forbidden technique were to land, most of the soldiers in the entire Thunderclap city would be wiped out. A martial emperor forbidden technique. What a pity. Baichen Wuyo was killed by me because he used a forbidden technique in Sky Dragon Empire. You can only blame yourself for repeating the same mistake. Sword howl. Heaven and earth. Li Lingtian said coldly as a shocking sword will burst forth from his body. Indeed, it was sword will. He was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. All the martial artists below worshipped him. This was a true expert. Chapter 150. Thunderclap Wings. With a wave of his hand, endless sword intent slashed out with destructive sword light. The Tianyu sword was a super saint weapon. With Li Lingtian's current cultivation base, he could unleash the power of a supreme emperor weapon. Crash! The sky was silent, but after the Tianyu sword was slashed out, the world seemed to be cut into two halves. A faint light directly bombarded Lu Yunfei's body. Silk. The world was quiet, very quiet. No one in the million-strong army dared to breathe loudly. They stared blankly at the sky, and time seemed to freeze in the air. All. With a scream, countless cracks appeared on Lu Yunfei's body, and he finally turned into pieces. The sword will burst out of his body. The Emperor's power was stopped halfway. The Emperor's power that he didn't use was completely counterattacked. The backlash of the Emperor's power, coupled with the destruction of the sword qi, caused him to die. All the martial emperor is dead. What a terrifying sword intent. This sword intent killed a martial royal realm expert. This is the second expert in Eastern Spirit Azure continent who has cultivated sword intent. Tianjin Empire's martial royal realm expert is dead. It's only been a few months since we last met. I didn't expect Tian-Er's strength to reach such a level. There was a brief silence, followed by cheers and shock. The army of Tianjin Empire retreated like the tide. Shocking Thunder City's army cried out in alarm. Another martial emperor from Tianjin Empire had fallen at Li Lingtian's hands. A martial emperor was considered a national treasure in the empire. The death of one meant one less martial emperor. Yes. Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and the king's mountain and river diagram appeared in his hand. He also grabbed a storage pouch. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the jade-eyed beast returned to the divine dragon ring. Exterminate them. Seeing the defeated Sky Dragon Empire army, the morale of the army was low. They would kill as many as they could now. He made a killing gesture with one hand and flew away on his silver-winged flying dragon. Seeing Li Lingtian's gesture, Sky Dragon Empire's army naturally understood what was going on. They looked at Marquis Pingbei who nodded. Immediately, the 700,000-strong army took advantage of the situation to chase after them, and miserable screams resounded throughout the world. Li Lingtian soon left the Thunderclap City 1,000 miles away and arrived at Tang Ziming's hiding spot. Big brother Lingtian, how was the battle in the sky earlier? Tang Ziming was elated and relieved to see Li Lingtian back. Soon after Li Lingtian left, there was an explosion, but she did not dare to come out to take a look lest she was discovered. As time slowly passed, she began to worry. It was only when Li Lingtian returned to her side that she felt at ease. 2 martial emperors are dead. I'm really speechless that a martial emperor has become like this. Li Lingtian stored the silver-winged flying dragon into the divine dragon ring and activated the heavenly cloud spaceship. He then brought Tang Ziming onto the spaceship while Tang Ziming carried Little White. With Little White's protection, Tang Ziming was not in any danger. On the spaceship, Tang Ziming's happy laughter could be heard continuously. Li Lingtian told her about Lu Yunfei and Qin Ming, and Tang Ziming could not stop giggling. Li Lingtian's blood vessels surged as he watched her petite body laugh. The ample breasts on her chest were almost ready to burst out. In the Thunderclap City, the Tianjin Empire's army was scattered, and the 700,000-strong army of the Sky Dragon Empire chased after them. When Li Lingtian returned to the Thunderclap City, the battle was still ongoing. The huge spaceship arrived in the sky above the Thunderclap City and immediately attracted countless soldiers. Upon seeing this, Li Lingtian pulled Tang Ziming along and landed the spaceship at the Thunderclap City's plaza. Immediately, countless soldiers cheered. Previously, they had heard rumors that Prince Li Lingtian of the North Peace Marquis residence had become the #1 genius of the Heavenly Dragon clan. However, they could not believe the rumors. But now, they had witnessed a martial king realm expert chasing after a martial emperor. It was beyond their imagination. Originally, in this world, martial grandmasters would run away when they saw a martial emperor. Even a second-level martial emperor would not dare to provoke a third-level martial emperor. He never expected that Li Lingtian, a Tier 4 warrior king, would actually chase after a martial emperor. He felt that this world was too crazy. The overbearing attack even broke through a martial emperor's forbidden technique. A martial emperor was also killed. Killing a martial emperor was only a matter of seconds. Young noble Lingtian. Young noble Lingtians. Li Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement as cheers erupted. Finally, he was led by a deputy general into the city lord's mansion of Thunderclap City. Li Lingtian and Tang Ziming rested in a separate courtyard as they waited for the return of the army. As expected, after half a day, the army returned. Good. As expected of my son. Today, we killed 370,000 soldiers of Tianjin Empire's ferocious Tiger Legion. Li Xuefeng walked all the way into the city lord's mansion, his face revealing an excited expression. After more than 10 years of war, this was the first time he felt so good. Thinking about how his son killed a martial emperor, it was exciting. After that, Li Lingtian and Tang Ziming rested for a while before they came out to bid farewell to Li Xuefeng. At the same time, they told him the real reason why Tianjin Empire invaded Tianlong. You said that they are doing this for the treasure of Sky Dragon Empire, yet they are willing to mobilize millions of soldiers to fight for it. What kind of treasure is it? Li Xuefeng was shocked. Based on his imagination, he would never have thought that Tianjin Empire would mobilize 1 million troops just for a treasure. Thunderclap Wings. Saint Weapon Thunderclap Wings, a lightning-type flying treasure. The ancient thunderous gale beast is made from wings. It can travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Li Lingtian extended his hand and a translucent box appeared. Inside the box was a pair of 1-inch wings. The wings were almost transparent, but there were blue and purple electric arcs flowing inside the wings. These were the Thunderclap Wings. He couldn't feel the power inside, but an ancient might shook his mind. This was a treasure refined from ancient sacred beast materials. Li Lingtian was equally shocked. Initially, he did not believe in the might of the Thunderclap Wings because no matter how powerful they were just a pair of small wings without much electric arcs. The original one was sealed. Otherwise, just the pressure inside could completely crush a martial king to death. It is indeed a good treasure. If I refine it,
One can run away even if I can't defeat an expert. Li Xuefeng looked at the thunderclap wings and his face revealed excitement. He was even more happy. If his son obtained such a treasure, his son's strength would become even stronger. Such a treasure was almost lost and found again. It was stolen by Tianjin Empire, but it was forcefully taken back by his son. Father, I will go back first. There are still many things that have yet to be resolved. After you have arranged everything here, you should return to Sky Dragon City often. Leave the other things to others. Li Lingtian put away the thunderclap wings and told Li Xuefeng earnestly. If he were to come here and Li Xuefeng was in danger while he was not around, no one would be able to help him. The two of them exchanged a few words before Li Lingtian left on his spaceship. It was only when Li Lingtian was about 5,000 miles away from Sky Dragon City that he saw hundreds of thousands of troops rushing toward Thunderclap City. Li Lingtian shook his head. With the speed of the army, the treasure would be taken away by others if they rushed over. However, he did not say anything. The army was not a martial artist, and they were not an abnormal powerhouse like him. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment on the way. He did not go to Sky Dragon City but returned to Sky Cloud Sect instead. As for Tang Qingyue, he had to think twice before he acted. He couldn't even deal with the Eastern Spirit Azure Continent, let alone the Azure Continent, which was countless times more powerful than the Azure Continent. This Dishi family was not something that the entire Azure Continent could resist. Meng Meng, we have to cultivate harder and improve our power when we go back. Then, we will go to the Azure Continent. Sister Qingyue offended the Dishi family because of me. I won't let her suffer. On the spaceship, Li Lingtian looked at Tang Ziming seriously. He was no less worried than Tang Ziming. He was hot-blooded but not impulsive. Even if he went now, it would be useless. Instead, he would be sending himself to death. In this world, the Tang family could not save Tang Qingyue. Only by growing up quickly could he save Tang Qingyue. Yes, I know that Big Brother Ling Tian is also very worried about Big Sister. One believed that Big Brother Ling Tian has the strength to save Big Sister. Tang Ziming answered softly. In this world, her greatest support was Li Lingtian. The person she loved was also Li Lingtian. The only person who could save her sister was Brother Lingtian. If you dare to touch my family, 1 foot 11 inches slaughter his entire family and destroy his race. Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone. His entire body exuded a powerful aura that made everyone tremble. The spaceship arrived at Sky Cloud Sect within a day. Upon returning to Sky Cloud Sect, Li Lingtian arranged the time for his cultivation. He spent most of his time cultivating all kinds of skills. At night, he would use the purple jade pill to increase his cultivation. When he was free, he would refine pills, guide Tang Ziming and the other 2 girls in their cultivation, and accompany them to play on the Tianyu Peak. Iced Fire, 9 Heavens. If I want to reach the 2nd level, one have to cultivate the 1st level to the extreme. I have to cultivate the Ice Fire 9 Heavens to the extreme during this period of time. When I reach rank 8 Martial King Realm, I'll refine the Dark Yin Ice Crystal and the Empyrean Demon Sacred Flame to upgrade the Ice Fire 9 Heavens to the 2nd level. In his room, Li Lingtian was meditating on the Ice Fire 9 Heavens. He spoke seriously. The Ice Fire 9 Heavens and Sword Howl of the Heavens and Earth were his trump cards. As for the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, he did not dare to use it now. The one he used the most was the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd. However, under normal circumstances, as long as he did not encounter a martial arts grandmaster of the 5th rank or above, he would not use the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd. It was enough to use a peerless profound level weapon. He would only use the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd when facing a 5th-tier martial arts grandmaster and above. Meteor Shower, Advanced Earth Tier Skill. After becoming a martial king, he could cultivate this advanced Earth rank skill. This skill was a destructive attack. When it was used, fire rain would fall from the sky. Thousands upon thousands of fiery rain descended. Each fiery rain could kill a martial king. Even martial arts grandmasters did not dare to deal with it easily. Previously, he only had 2 martial souls, the Ice Soul and the Raging Flame. After his cultivation reached the warrior spirit level, he had an additional Earth-type martial soul. Now that he had broken through to the martial king realm, he had even obtained a metal-type martial soul. The attack power of a metal-type martial soul was unparalleled, and the sword intent it displayed was even more powerful. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Chapter 151. Heavenly Devil Canyon. After Li Lingtian had comprehended the meteor shower, he had a basic understanding of it. As long as he continued to cultivate, he would be able to master this advanced Earth-tier skill. Thinking of this sentence from his previous life, he was deeply shocked. His strength was indeed profound. Moreover, he had cultivated many skills. However, his current opponents were basically all martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors. There were even some who were even stronger. He had to be like a lion hunting a rabbit. He could not be careless and strive to kill in one strike. It would be best if he could kill in an instant. Since he wanted a lion to catch a rabbit, he had to cultivate the most powerful skills. Just like that, Li Lingtian strengthened a few of his powerful skills and gave up on the rest. Half a year had passed. After half a year, his cultivation had reached rank 7 Martial King Realm. Originally, he had planned to continue cultivating. After reaching the 8th step, he would have the confidence to refine the profound Een ice crystals and the Empyrean demon sacred flames. That way, he would be able to reach the 2nd firmament. Now, he had also cultivated the 1st heaven to the extreme. When he used it, it was almost instantaneous and its power was shocking. On this day, Li Lingtian was cultivating when Sky Cloud Sect's disciples arrived at Tian Yufeng. Disciple Han Li, the sect master, has invited the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion Master to the Divine Cloud Hall for a meeting. A warrior spirit's disciple stood in front of the restriction halfway up Tianyu Peak and shouted loudly. His voice spread to Tianyu Peak. "Let's go back." Li Lingtian was taken aback. He rarely participated in Sky Cloud Sect's matters. Even if there were any issues, it was not necessary for an honorary elder like him to get involved. Now that he was called to a meeting, something must have happened, and it might even be related to him. After answering, he stopped cultivating and stood up, walking down leisurely. Sky Cloud Sect was still the same Sky Cloud Sect as before. There was no change at all. The only change was him. A peripheral disciple had become a Tier 7 Martial King super genius in just 2 years. The number 1 genius on the Sons of Heaven roll, Sky Cloud Sect's Sky Cloud Pavilion Master. Such an identity was unique in the entire Sky Dragon Empire. After leaving Sky Peak, he walked towards Divine Cloud Palace. Countless disciples greeted Li Lingtian with respect when they saw him, which was why they admired him. "I haven't seen this girl since I went back." As Li Lingtian passed by the welfare pavilion, he thought of Shangguanlinger and Cheng Yun. However, as time passed, Shangguanlinger and Cheng Yun had returned home and he had not seen them even once. When he arrived at the Divine Cloud Palace, he saw dozens of Martial King Realm Elders and Sect Leader Ling Tianfeng. "Greetings, Sect Master." Li Lingtian bowed to Ling Tianfeng before he took his seat. The other Warrior King Elders also greeted him. When they discovered Li Lingtian's cultivation base, they were shocked beyond words. Things had remained the same, but people had changed. They recalled that he was only an outer disciple 2 years ago, yet he had become a Warrior King now. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had just broken through to the Warrior King realm during the competition in Sky Dragon Empire. Even with the blood essence of Tang Ziming and the other 2 ladies, he was only a Tier 3 Warrior King. Unexpectedly, Li Lingtian's cultivation had already reached the peak of a Tier 7 Warrior King in the past 6 months. With such a cultivation speed, he might even become a Warrior Ascendant before he turned 20. One can't see through the Sky Pavilion Master's cultivation. Ling Tianfeng smiled. Li Lingtian's current strength had already exceeded his expectations. This kind of strength was almost the number 1 person in Sky Cloud Sect other than the Supreme Elder. Everyone in Sky Cloud Sect was happy to have such a disciple.
This was especially so half a year ago when the 700,000-strong army of the astounding Thunder City was besieged by the Tianjin Empire. At the critical moment, Li Lingtian had gone to save his father. He killed Tianjin Empire's Qin Ming and Martial Emperor, seized the Thunderclap wings, pursued Martial Emperor Liu Yunfei, and finally killed Liu Yunfei, shocking the world. A martial emperor was rarely killed even in the entire Eastern Spirit continent. A martial emperor was almost invincible. However, it was unexpected that Li Lingtian had managed to kill 3 martial emperors from Tianjin Empire within a year. Li Lingtian had also become the nemesis of the martial monarch's invincible legend. The martial monarch no longer felt invincible and undying because Li Lingtian had killed 3 martial monarchs. The news of Tianjin Empire coveting the heavenly dragon treasure after killing a martial emperor spread like wildfire. Fortunately, the treasure fell into Li Lingtian's hands. "You flatter me, sect master. There are so many experts in the world. I, a rank 7 martial king, am only at the bottom." Li Lingtian said with a smile. He would always remember Sky Cloud Sect's kindness to him. "I won't beat around the bush this time. You've heard of the Devil Valley, right?" Ling Tianfeng looked at Li Lingtian. The thought of Sky Cloud Sect's Heavenly Devil Canyon sent chills down their spines. If anyone else were to enter, even a martial arts grandmaster would have a slim chance of survival. The only option left was to look for Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was an anomaly who could easily tread on dangerous terrain. "I've heard of the Heavenly Devil Canyon a few times." Li Lingtian was taken aback. He did not expect it to be about the Heavenly Devil Canyon. He had heard many people mention the Heavenly Devil Canyon before, and in his spare time, he had learned more about it. The legend of the Heavenly Devil Canyon was left behind during the Great War of the Gods and Demons. As for the legend of the gods, no one believed it. However, inside the Heavenly Devil Canyon, there were ruins left behind after the demons were suppressed. As time passed, the demonic qi inside gradually disappeared. Instead, countless treasures and medicinal herbs appeared. This place was even more famous than Hidden Dragon Island. There were countless medicinal herbs inside, and there were even a few heaven-defying medicinal herbs inside. However, only martial kings and above could enter the Devil Canyon. Even martial kings had a slim chance of survival. Martial arts grandmasters could not gain any advantage in there. Because there were many unknown dangers inside, if one was not careful, they would be instantly killed. The Sky Demon Canyon will open in a month. Each sect will have 2 slots to enter. No martial king disciples are qualified to enter Sky Cloud Sect. Only you will have the chance to come out. So this time, I called you here to see what you think. If you don't want to go in, I won't force you." Ling Tianfeng looked at Li Lingtian expectantly. He would be relieved if Li Lingtian were to enter. As long as he entered, he would be able to find another martial arts grandmaster powerhouse to enter with him. Although there were not many people who entered the Heavenly Devil Canyon, those who entered were all super martial arts masters. Almost all of them were martial arts grandmasters. However, Sky Cloud Sect could not casually use a martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, a martial arts grandmaster and a martial king were the best partners. This was because in the Heavenly Devil Canyon, the aura of a martial arts grandmaster and the aura of a martial king clashed, reducing the strangulation of the astral winds. This was also a rule of Eastern Spirit Greenland. What Li Lingtian did not know was that the Heavenly Devil Canyon was not only visited by Eastern Spirit Greenland's super sects and clans, but also by Azure Continent's clans and disciples. There were even some genius disciples from ancient hermit clans and sects who entered. This was a gathering of geniuses. As the host, Eastern Spirit Azure Continent was actually weaker. Heavenly Devil Canyon? I can go in, but I don't need anyone else to go in. I can go in alone. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment. He was naturally interested in adventures because he believed that there would be no free lunch in Tianshan. Wealth came from danger, and only in such a place could powerful treasures and herbs be found. Although there were many medicinal herbs in his divine dragon ring, and there were countless 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs, he would often lack some medicinal herbs when refining pills. If he went to the Heavenly Demon Canyon, he should be able to obtain countless medicinal herbs. However, if he wanted to take the risk, he definitely could not be a burden to him. In the eyes of others, an additional martial arts grandmaster could increase his strength, but in his eyes, an additional martial arts grandmaster would simply be a burden to him. It was better to go in alone than to have a tail. Understood. Haha, what courage. With your strength, as long as you don't meet any abnormal martial emperors, no one can threaten you. I'm not worried about the warriors of Eastern Spirit Azure Continent, but I still have to remind you to be careful of some unknown dangers, as well as the disciples of other mysterious forces. Even if their cultivation levels are not high, their strength is abnormal. The main purpose of entering is to fight for a treasure called the Limitless Tao Fruit. The Limitless Tao Fruit is a 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit that carries the martial will of a martial emperor. Martial grandmasters can feel the martial arts of a martial emperor after eating one Limitless Tao Fruit. Their cultivation speed will also increase. When they break through to the martial emperor realm, their chances will increase by 1/3. This Limitless Tao Fruit can only be found in the Devil Canyon. Otherwise, the other forces would not have ventured in. There's also a kind of fruit called the 5-element spirit fruit. It's just a legend. No one knows if it really exists because no one has ever seen this fruit before. The fruit is 5-colored. If a martial emperor eats one, it will be extremely beneficial to breaking through to the martial honored realm. When Ling Tianfeng heard Li Lingtian's agreement, he did not object to Li Lingtian's request to enter alone. Instead, he was delighted because with Li Lingtian's strength, bringing a martial arts grandmaster along would be a burden. Following that, he recounted the main reason for his trip to the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Li Lingtian was shocked. As an alchemist, he naturally knew how heaven-defying the 5-element spirit fruit and the Limitless Tao Fruit were. He did not expect to find them in the Heavenly Devil Canyon. 5-element spirit fruit, Limitless Tao Fruit. Li Lingtian nodded. His goal was the Limitless Tao Fruit. As for the 5-element spirit fruit, no one knew if it existed, so he did not think too much about it. Soon after, Ling Tianfeng handed 2 jade slips to Li Lingtian. One of them was engraved with a mysterious array altar while the other was a simple map. It seemed that super sects were really good. When the experts who had gone in came out, they had also carved out the terrain inside. After countless generations, the rough map inside was also in the jade slip. After arranging everything, Li Lingtian returned to Tianyu Peak to cultivate. He told Tang Ziming about his trip to the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Tang Ziming merely warned Li Lingtian to be careful because she understood that Li Lingtian's adventure in the Heavenly Devil Canyon was to enhance his abilities. As Li Lingtian's fiancée, all she needed to do was to silently support him. Li Lingtian continued to cultivate his various skills on the Heavenly Universe Peak. He had practiced his skills to perfection. Chapter 152. Refining the Thunderclap Wings. It's time to refine the Thunderclap Wings. Li Lingtian looked at the sealed Thunderclap Wings before him with an excited expression. After such a long time, he had not refined the Thunderclap Wings because he was worried about its power. If it were any other treasure, he would not hesitate to refine it. However, the Thunderclap Wings had the lightning attribute. The power of the lightning attribute was monstrous. He had never come into contact with it before. However, now that his cultivation had increased, he was much more confident in refining the Thunderclap Wings. If he wanted to enter the Heavenly Devil Canyon, he had to increase his strength. A little more strength meant more protection. He was confident but not blindly arrogant. Unseal. One spell after another was cast, probing the seal. Tisk. The seal was unsealed successfully. Immediately, destructive lightning bolts burst out, filling the entire room with lightning. Crash. An electric arc struck the table, turning it into ashes. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw this. No one was controlling the lightning, but its power was so insane. He could not imagine how powerful it would be if it was controlled. At that moment, an ancient pressure bore down on Li Lingtian. Without any resistance, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Part of the ancient pressure was the pressure of ancient demonic beasts, and part of it was the heavenly might of lightning. Li Lingtian was extremely shocked by the pressure and his eyes were filled with fear. He no longer hesitated. Since he had already opened the seal, he had to refine it to prevent such a thing from happening again. A wisp of blood essence shot out, and the blood essence quickly entered the thunderclap wings. The thunderclap wings kept resisting, and they simply refused to accept the refinement of the blood essence. The sky sword was even more powerful than the thunderclap wings. However, when he refined the sky sword, he had already mastered the sword intent, so he naturally did not resist. Now, this thunderclap wings was completely the opposite of the Tianyu sword. This thunderclap wings was refined from an ancient demon beast, and there was also the thunder of heaven's might inside. It was naturally impossible for him to easily refine it. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, swoosh swoosh swoosh. The thunderclap wings kept struggling, but with the support of the blood essence and various spells, the blood essence also entered the thunderclap wings. The blue and purple electric arcs inside the thunderclap wings were quickly wrapped up by the blood essence. Originally, there were only 2 colors in the crystal-clear thunderclap wings, but now there was a trace of blood essence. The blood essence was like the meridians of the human body. Yes. After half an hour, the thunderclap wings stopped struggling. A subtle connection was connected to his mind. Then, he cast a spell with one hand and the thunderclap wings quickly entered his body. With a flick of his divine sense, the thunderclap wings appeared on his shoulder. There was a pair of crystal-clear wings on each side. Each wing was 2 meters long, and inside the wings were purple and blue. Li Lingtian was shocked when he sensed the shocking thunder spirit chi from the thunderclap wings. Although the power of a saint artifact was only a support-type saint artifact, this kind of pressure was not something that ordinary martial artists could withstand. Looking at the pair of wings on his shoulders, it reminded him of the angels on television in his previous life. Not only did they not look nondescript, but they also looked elegant and mysterious. He used his divine sense and disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was already 5 kilometers away from Sky Cloud Sect. Shoo! Li Lingtian's face turned green when he realized this. After a long time, he was pleasantly surprised and burst out laughing. This was the thunderclap wings. With a single move of his divine sense, he could instantly traverse a distance of 10 miles. This was only because he had not completely mastered the thunderclap wings. If he truly had complete control over the thunderclap wings, he would be able to travel more than 10 miles in an instant. Even if he was only 10 miles away, he would still have a heaven-defying advantage when fighting against experts. If he couldn't defeat them, he could still escape. However, the thunderclap wings consumed true chi too quickly. Every time it was used, it would consume 1/10 of the true chi in his body. Moreover, he could feel that when he used his thunderclap wings, there was no fluctuation in space at all. This was the legendary lightning escape. With a flash of lightning, he could travel anywhere within a 10-mile radius. Look, isn't that senior brother Li Lingtian? What beautiful wings. Could this be the thunderclap wings that senior brother Lingtian obtained from killing a martial monarch previously? This is a legendary saint artifact. Li Lingtian's appearance attracted the attention of countless disciples. They looked at Li Lingtian from afar with admiration and envy. Li Lingtian had no choice but to leave when he noticed the disciples below. He returned to Tianyu Peak and was extremely satisfied with the thunderclap wings. With this thunderclap wings, he could come and go freely in front of experts. As long as he did not encounter those heaven-defying experts, he could escape if he could not defeat them. The heaven-defying pill is an enhanced version of the blue dust pill. The blue dust pill can only be used once a day. One wonder if this heaven-defying pill will be like this? Li Lingtian muttered to himself on Tianyu Peak before a smile appeared on his face. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he vanished once again, leaving a faint thunderclap in the air. In the thunder, no one could track his movements, because this thunder also had the advantage of concealing his tracks. After performing the thunderclap wings 10 times in a row, the true chi in his body was exhausted. He threw a heaven-defying pill into his mouth,
and his consumed true chi instantly recovered. After his true chi recovered, he used the thunderclap wings again. After 10 times, his true chi was completely exhausted.
Looking at the heaven-defying pill in his hand, he threw it into his mouth.
However, he was disappointed that although this heaven-defying pill could recover some true chi, it could only recover a little bit. It was not even 1/10 of true chi. Looks like the heaven-defying pill can only be used once a day.
Knowing the flaws of the heaven-defying pill made him feel much more at ease. At least he knew the limitations of the heaven-defying pill.
If he didn't know, he would continue to consume his zhenqi. When he used the second heaven-defying pill, he would definitely fail, which would definitely bring him death. No matter what, he had to control it in his own hands, even if it was a flaw or weakness. The more flaws and weaknesses, the more he had to control it. Thunderclap wings. With my current cultivation, I can only travel within 10 miles. If I reach the martial arts Grandmaster realm, traveling 100 miles will be a piece of cake. Martial arts Grandmasters could fly, but they could not teleport unless martial emperors used forbidden techniques to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. However, using forbidden techniques such as 1,000 miles in an instant would affect his true essence and cultivation.
Now that he had the thunderclap wings, he could do what a martial emperor did when he was a martial king.
Time passed day by day, and the opening of the Heavenly Devil Canyon was getting closer and closer. Li Lingtian had refined quite a number of blue earth pills and heaven-defying pills as well as Tier 3 and Tier 4 pills at Tianyu Peak. Most of these pills were given to Tang Ziming, so that the 3 of them would not lack pills for cultivation after he left. Meng Meng, one will go to the Devil Canyon tomorrow. You, Qingping, and Xiao Xiao will cultivate here. Li Lingtian said seriously. He was most worried about Tang Ziming, his family, and Tang Qingyue. As long as Tang Ziming did not leave Sky Cloud sect, no one would dare to come to Sky Cloud sect to hurt them. They were not Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue was taken away because the Dishi family had the right to do so, because Tang Qingyue was the fiancé of the Dishi family. Meng Meng will wait here for Big Brother Ling Tian to come back. When the time comes, we'll go save Big Sister. Tang Ziming snuggled in Li Lingtian's arms obediently as she looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Her lively eyes darted around and she looked extremely adorable. All right, I'll settle the matters in Azure Continent and cross over to Azure Continent to rescue Sister Qingyue. Li Lingtian nodded. When he heard that Tang Qingyue had been brought back to the Azure Continent, he was extremely anxious and wanted to go to the Azure Continent as soon as possible. But now that he thought about it, he was still too impulsive. Although Azure Continent and Azure Continent were both divine martial continent, only martial arts grandmasters could fly from Azure Continent to Azure Continent. Crossing the boundless sea, even a martial arts grandmaster would need 2 to 3 years to cross this sea. Unless a martial emperor used a forbidden technique to build a cross-realm formation, it was not that easy to build a cross-realm formation. Otherwise, the powerhouses from other continents would come to Azure Continent. In fact, he also understood why the experts from the other continents did not come to the Green Continent. It was because the Green Continent was too poor and the resources were too scarce. Even if they were invited over, they would not want to come here. There were no powerful cultivation resources here, so they were not interested in coming here at all. Flying for 2 to 3 years was not too far away from Azure Continent. If the Divine Martial Continent was to fly from east to west, even a Martial Supreme or Martial Emperor would not be able to do so in their entire lives, let alone a Martial Grandmaster. During this period of time, he understood that if he wanted to go to the Azure Continent, he had to increase his strength or find the teleportation array of the Azure Continent and use it to go to the Azure Continent. The two of them chatted for a while before Li Lingtian stood up to leave. This was because this place was quite a distance away from the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Big Brother Lingtian, remember that Meng Meng and Big Sister are still waiting for you. Tang Ziming knew that Li Lingtian was about to go to the Heavenly Devil Canyon, and she was reluctant to part with him. However, she was a smart girl and knew that Li Lingtian had to do something. She would not stop him and could only silently support him from behind. With that, she planted a kiss on Li Lingtian's cheek, stunning him.
The two of them had been together for a long time. At most, they would hold hands and snuggle up to each other. They had never been like this before. Moreover, it was a kiss from this peerless beauty. Seeing Tang Ziming's little face blush, he was even more intoxicated. With such a girl by his side, he would die without regrets. He gently lifted Tang Ziming's chin and gently kissed her rosy lips. His body flashed and he quickly flew down from the heaven-universe peak. He had to leave at this time. Otherwise, he would never have the determination to leave. Tang Ziming felt as if she had been electrocuted. It was a wonderful feeling. When she came back to her senses, a trace of disappointment appeared in her heart, but she understood that big brother Ling Tian would return safely. Her beautiful eyes looked at the figure that disappeared from Tianyu Peak, and 2 streams of crystal tears fell from her cheeks. Meng Meng will always be big brother Ling Tian's woman. Meng Meng will wait here for big brother Ling Tian's return. He thought to himself as he stared in the direction where Li Ling Tian had disappeared. He did not even notice Qingping's arrival. Chapter 153. Instant Kill of a Martial Arts Grandmaster. After leaving Tianyu Peak, a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster from Sky Cloud sect was already waiting for them. Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster, 6th elder of Sky Cloud sect's elder committee. After Li Ling Tian became the #1 genius on the prodigy roll, he finally understood Sky Cloud sect's strength. In Sky Cloud sect, apart from 40 martial king realm elders and a sect master, there were 11 martial arts grandmasters and even a rank 4 martial emperor. This Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster was also the 6th elder, Yun Tian. Very few disciples in Sky Cloud sect knew him, but among the higher-ups of other sects and families, Yun Tian was very famous. Junior brother Li is indeed a carefree person. Yun Tian smiled when he saw Li Ling Tian's arrival. Naturally, he was aware of the relationship between Li Ling Tian and Tang Ziming. It was normal for a young genius to be unrestrained. It was rare for a martial arts grandmaster to address a martial king as his junior brother in the divine martial continent. This was because the levels of cultivation and the way they addressed each other were very particular. It did not matter if one was below the martial king realm, but when one reached the martial arts grandmaster realm, they would be a martial arts grandmaster. They would not call martial kings brothers at all. However, he was aware of Li Lingtian's capabilities. With Li Lingtian's capabilities, he could easily kill a martial emperor. A martial grandmaster was nothing to him. Senior brother Yun, you must be joking. Let's go. Li Lingtian replied with a smile. Yun Tian was only sending him to the heavenly Devil Canyon and not into it. After saying that, he activated the heavenly cloud flying ship and the two of them boarded it. Yun Tian was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian's spaceship. Even though he was a knowledgeable martial arts grandmaster, he had never seen such a powerful spaceship before. This junior brother of his was full of tricks. The spaceship quickly disappeared into the horizon and flew toward the Devil Canyon. This time, we must obtain the limitless Dao fruit. That way, our 9-peak mountain might have a few more martial emperors. At that time, who in Eastern Spirit Azure continent would be a match for our 9-peak mountain? In a mountain range in the Nanling Empire, more than 10 martial arts grandmasters were gathered together. Their faces were filled with anticipation. This time, senior brother Nan Yu will go. There will definitely be no problem. Senior brother Nan Yu is already a peak tier 9 martial arts grandmaster. As long as he obtains the limitless Dao fruit, he will be able to become a martial emperor. As one of the elders spoke, he looked at a middle-aged man. Although this middle-aged man looked like an old monster, he was already over 300 years old. Senior brother Jiangling, it's all up to you now. In a hidden place in the Beiyu Empire, the warrior who finished speaking looked at one of the first-level martial emperors. The Heavenly Devil Canyon is simply a waste in Eastern Spirit Azure continent. A young martial artist said disdainfully. The opening of the Heavenly Devil Canyon this time had attracted the arrival of countless experts. Martial kings, martial grandmasters, and even martial emperors were among them. Devil Valley was located to the east of Sky Dragon Empire. Devil Mountain, which was connected to the Beiyu Empire, was filled with devil qi all year round. No one dared to enter Demonic Mountain. However, every few decades, the demonic qi on Demonic Mountain would become a little fainter. Some experts would enter Demonic Mountain when the demonic qi became fainter. After controlling the opening pattern of the Heavenly Devil Canyon, the Eastern Spirit Azure Continent's martial artists also entered the Heavenly Devil Canyon on time. However, there were also some super martial artists who used some mysterious teleportation talismans or some mysterious array formations to enter. Li Lingtian looked at the scenery in the sky from the spaceship. He was thinking about Tang Ziming and Tang Qingyue. He had already taken responsibility for what he had done. However, he could never get enough of a beautiful woman's love. He could only work hard to cultivate so that Tang Ziming could be happy and Tang Qingyue would not be wronged. Along the way, Yun Tian carefully briefed Li Lingtian on everything that he needed to take note of in the Heavenly Devil Canyon. In 2 days, the Heavenly Cloud flying ship had arrived at the edge of the Heavenly Devil Mountain. Li Lingtian noticed that the warriors who came here were mostly a combination of warrior kings and martial grandmasters. There were also quite a few super powerhouses who went there alone. It could be said that this place was a gathering of experts. Other than dozens of martial kings, all of them were martial arts grandmasters. Moreover, they were all existences at the 8th or 9th level of martial arts grandmasters. There were even a few martial royal realm powerhouses among them. Li Lingtian could not tell the depth of their cultivation base. In such a situation, the other party must have some kind of treasure that hid his cultivation or cultivated some kind of magical technique. Among the sects and clans in Eastern Spirit Azure Continent, only 400 people can get a spot. I didn't expect more than 600 people to gather here. The rest should be the unexpected experts of Eastern Spirit Azure Continent. Li Lingtian watched these powerhouses from afar and thought to himself. Although he knew that other forces were squeezing in, he did not expect so many powerhouses to squeeze in. Moreover, he did not recognize any of these experts at all. Hundreds of experts each chose a place to meditate and rest. There were also many martial artists in groups of 3 to 5. It seemed that they had joined forces after entering the Devil Canyon. Rumble! Li Lingtian's spaceship emitted a powerful hurricane and a series of rumbling sounds. Instantly, countless powerhouses were enraged. Are you courting death? He actually used a flying ship here. A martial king dares to be so arrogant? He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If we weren't outside the Devil Canyon, I would be the first to tear you apart. Instantly, countless powerhouses were discussing animatedly. A martial king and a tier 6 martial arts grandmaster had actually ignored so many super powerhouses. Haha, isn't this Sky Cloud Sex Yun Tian? Why are you the one who entered the Devil Canyon this time? Are you the only one left in Sky Cloud Sect? A red-robed elder laughed loudly. A Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster naturally looked down on a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster like Yun Tian. After saying that, the other warriors also laughed. Only a few people did not laugh, but the expressions on their faces changed quickly. Blazing Flame Peak. You're only a martial arts grandmaster. So what if you're a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster? Do you want to die? Yun Tian smiled as he looked at Blazing Flame Peak with disdain. The old man was also from the Beichen family. Beichen Wuyo's death by Li Lingtian meant that the Beichen family and Sky Cloud sect were destined to be enemies. In the past, he would not have dared to speak to a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster like that. However, with Li Lingtian by his side, he was not afraid even if it was a martial emperor. Shoo! Countless martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. A Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster dared to look down on a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster. This world was too crazy. Only a few martial artists did not speak, but their expressions were extremely strange. Yun Tian, you better not let me meet you in the Sky Demon Canyon. Otherwise, you'll stay there forever, and you'll be the same. Blazing Flame Peak was instantly enraged. How could he endure being humiliated in front of all the super experts of Green Continent? His face revealed a vicious expression. At the end of his sentence,
He looked at Li Lingtian. He was just a warrior king. Is that so? If you have the ability, try saying another word. Li Lingtian did not intend to make a move here, but he was already in a bad mood. The old man had actually shifted his anger onto him. Was he not courting death? After saying that, he stared at the blazing flame peak with a sharp gaze. As long as this old man said another word, he did not mind directly killing him. The Bachan family was born to be enemies. If they killed one now, one less would be left. Whoosh! There was an uproar. Sky Cloud sect was getting more and more arrogant. Was this still the weak Sky Cloud sect of the past? A Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster was just a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster. Now, a martial king was actually threatening a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster. Good. Since you're courting death, I'll kill you first. 9 Moon Twin Seal die. Blazing Flame Peak was instantly enraged as he circulated his true essence to the maximum. With a flash of his hands, a shocking pressure came crashing down on Li Lingtian's spaceship. At the same time, two mysterious palm prints pressed down on him. One was attacking Yun Tian, and the other was attacking him. In his opinion, as long as he could restrain Yun Tian, the other attack could directly kill the martial king. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Since you want to die, one will grant your wish. That roaring dragon battle halberd die. A cruel smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as he extended his hand, and the roaring dragon combat halberd appeared in his hand. Instantly, all the true chi in his body was channeled and dragon energy surged toward the roaring dragon combat halberd. The roaring dragon combat halberd carried a shocking dragon energy. Li Lingtian's body flashed and he quickly shot toward Raging Flame Peak. The roaring dragon combat halberd tore through the air and the space trembled. What a terrifying pressure. This is dragon energy. One didn't expect a martial king to be able to wield an emperor-grade weapon. Rumble! The warriors present were gloating at Li Lingtian. No matter how powerful a warrior king was, he was no match for a grandmaster. However, when they saw the aura emanating from Li Lingtian and the pressure from the roaring dragon combat halberd, they were stunned. How could a warrior king possess such insane strength? In the blink of an eye, the roaring dragon combat halberd arrived in front of the Raging Flame Peak. The Raging Flame Peak was also extremely shocked. Then, their eyes became filled with despair as they activated their entire body's defense. As soon as the defense was activated, the roaring dragon battle halberd hit the defense. With a loud explosion, the defense was broken. The shocking dragon chi directly killed the blazing flame mountain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the spatial winds raged, Li Lingtian's body had already returned to the spaceship. He looked calm as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. Scared. All the martial artists were stunned. This attack was beyond their imagination. A rank 9 martial arts grandmaster was not the strongest martial artist here, but even the martial emperors present could not kill a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster so easily. He did not expect that a martial king realm disciple could kill a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster in one blow. The result just now was beyond their imagination. A chill rose in her heart. This youth was too terrifying. When they looked at Li Lingtian again, their gazes became a little strange. If they were to treat this young man as an ordinary warrior king, they would not know how he died even if he died. Many people in Sky Dragon Empire had heard of Li Lingtian's reputation. Now that they had seen him, they finally understood how domineering this young man was. The few mysterious martial artists and martial emperors were also extremely shocked. All of this was too terrifying. It was so simple for a martial king to kill a martial arts grandmaster in an instant. Chapter 154. Finished fighting. If you don't court death, you won't die. Li Lingtian stared coldly at the powerhouses below before turning his gaze to the few supreme powerhouses. Based on his intuition, these warriors were definitely not from Eastern Spirit Greenland. They didn't know his reputation. If he killed the chicken to warn the monkeys, it would be best if they didn't provoke him. Otherwise, he would make a move. Sweeping his gaze over, countless experts were shocked and furious. However,
They did not dare to speak out and could only rage in their hearts. In front of the gaze of a martial king, they actually could not raise their heads. This was a humiliation. A strong man was bound to be strong. This martial king realm youth had easily killed a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. They did not dare to provoke him. Young noble Ling Tian. Some powerhouses who knew Li Ling Tian knew that he was Li Ling Tian, the super genius who killed the martial emperor Baichen Wuyo. No one dared to act arrogantly after such an incident. Even the top-notch powerhouses did not want to make a move outside. They had only remembered Li Ling Tian in their hearts. Li Ling Tian and Yun Tian landed their spaceship and found a place to rest. After waiting for a full 2 days, the demonic chi of Demonic Mountain quickly condensed, and endless spiritual chi condensed together. The demonic chi gathered and formed a black hole. The black hole was as terrifying as if it wanted to devour the entire world. But Dong understood that if he wanted to enter the Devil Canyon, he could only enter the black hole. Li Ling Tian took out a jade slip and the rest of the warriors did the same because only this jade slip could pass through the black hole. Li Ling Tian could not help but shudder as he looked at the endless devil chi. This devil chi was no different from the devil chi in the Devil Sea. Although this was only the outside world, the density of the devil chi was not any weaker than the Devil Sea. Senior brother Yun Tian, you can go back now. Li Ling Tian stood up as he watched the warriors enter the black hole one by one. He then spoke loudly to Yun Tian beside him. Countless ancient martial art practitioners were stunned. They did not expect this young man to enter the Heavenly Devil Canyon alone and give up the help of a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster. It was really unimaginable. Be careful. Yun Tian nodded. After speaking, his body burst out and disappeared into the horizon. He couldn't stay in this place for long. If he stayed here, he would definitely be plotted against by the other powers. Once the Heavenly Devil Canyon was opened, Li Ling Tian would have to rely on himself once he entered. When Li Ling Tian saw that the other powerhouses had already entered the black hole, he dashed forward in a flash. Before entering the black hole, he circulated his true chi and cast the true dragon body barrier. Chi. He felt the powerful destructive force constantly rubbing against the true dragon's body protection. This terrifying demonic chi shocked him. Fortunately, he had used dragon energy. Otherwise, he would have been corroded by this demonic energy. No wonder those experts in front of him all used defense. The friction did not last long as Li Ling Tian was teleported in the black hole. After a full 10 seconds, he was transported to the bottom of a cliff. There was no aura inside, which meant that there were no demonic beasts or martial artists here. However, the demonic chi here was extremely dense. Furthermore, the demonic chi and the spirit chi were mixed together, which puzzled Li Ling Tian. After sizing him up, he chose a direction to fly in. After flying for half an hour, he sensed the presence of a martial artist in his divine sense. However, this martial artist was only a rank 7 martial arts grandmaster and did not have any other helpers. He also understood that even if the martial artists outside had plans, they would not be able to control themselves when they entered this black hole. It was completely random teleportation. It was not so easy to find his original companion. Fortunately, he did not have any companions and was alone. He did not need to find his companions. Crash! At this moment, a light appeared in the sky. The light emitted a terrifying aura, and the light flashed and disappeared. However, Li Ling Tian was shocked when he saw the light because it was actually the astral winds hidden in the air. The power of the astral winds was astonishing. The astral winds that tore through space in the great battle outside were only very weak. However, in a place like the Heavenly Devil Canyon, this astral wind was not so easy to deal with. A gust of wind, if one was not careful, a martial arts grandmaster would be instantly killed. Some of these gales were obvious, some were hidden, and some were invisible. These were the few types of gales that threatened humans the most in the Devil Canyon. Somewhere in the Heavenly Demon Canyon, a rank 7 martial arts grandmaster was running at high speed. However, at this moment, his body was running at high speed, but his head had already been cut off. The powerful inertia force caused his body to rush 100 meters before stopping. His head had already fallen to the ground. When his head fell to the ground, an invisible gale disappeared again. Similarly, on a plain, a rank 8 martial king was walking carefully. However, an arc of light flashed in the air and landed on the martial king's body. The martial king was instantly shattered into pieces. Such things happened in Devil Canyon from time to time. There were also martial artists who were demonized by powerful magical beasts and finally became a delicious meal for the magical beasts. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw the powerful and terrifying astral winds. With a flick of his divine consciousness, Little White appeared in front of him. Your dragon energy can sense the astral winds. Be careful. Looking at Whitey's lazy appearance, he said seriously. This astral wind was not that fun. If he was not careful, he would be killed by the astral wind. Phew! Little White gave a soft cry and nodded in acknowledgement before it sprinted forward at a high speed. Li Lingtian also protected himself with his divine perception within 100 meters as he quickly followed Little White. Li Lingtian carefully checked the area that Little White deliberately avoided with his divine perception. Indeed, there was a strong wind. He felt much more at ease when he realized this. At least Little White had sensed it and warned him of the strong wind. Boom! The man and beast ran for hundreds of miles before finally arriving at a place with slightly denser spiritual energy. Although it was said to be denser, it was only slightly thinner than the demonic energy. However, he did not expect to hear a loud roar. In his divine sense, a blood-red demonic beast strangely appeared by the stream. Fuck, a Tier 5, Grade 3 magical beast. Li Lingtian was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the demonic beast. He did not know if it had just arrived or if it had been here all along. Perhaps it was hiding somewhere. The level of demonic beasts was the same, but their attributes were different. One relied on demonic chi to cultivate, while the other relied on spiritual chi to cultivate. Moreover, this demonic beast could also use spiritual energy to cultivate. This was one of the reasons why demonic beasts were more powerful than demonic beasts. This daddy is really unlucky. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly. He was the one who had barged in recklessly when the magical beast was drinking water here. However, he could not possibly say that it was a misunderstanding. Fight! After a loud shout, before the demonic beast could attack, the dominating fist had already smashed out. At the same time, Little White also turned into a 3-colored dragon and pounced at the demonic beast. The heavens and earth will shatter. Heaven and earth burning. Heaven flipping seal. Meteor shower. Roaring dragon battle halberd. One powerful attack after another was fired like a cannon, instantly stunning the level 3 and 5 magical beast. Li Lingtian's skills were all earth-ranked. Furthermore, his strength had become even more overbearing after his cultivation reached the peak of Tier 7 Warrior King. Even if he did not use powerful attacks like the 9 layers of ice and fire and the sword howl of the heavens and earth, he could still kill a martial arts grandmaster. Roar! Roar! The Tier 5 magical beast roared as its powerful defense withstood Li Lingtian's attacks. Little White was also attacking continuously. The Tier 5 magical beast had become Li Lingtian and Little White's target. The two of them were having a great time fighting. Boom! With a destructive explosion, the roaring dragon battle halberd smashed onto the head of the magical beast with shocking dragon energy. The magical beast fell down unwillingly. Let's call it a day. Happy cooperation. Li Lingtian clapped his hands exaggeratedly and put away the roaring dragon combat halberd before smiling at Little White. Help me protect him. I'll check if there's any difference between this demonic beast and you demons. Li Lingtian glanced at Little White as he spoke indifferently. He then walked up to the 10-meter-tall demonic beast and carefully examined it. This was the first time he had seen a magical beast, and he was curious about its inner core and materials. After looking at it for a long time, he could not figure out what it was. However, the material of this demonic beast was a little stronger than that of a demonic beast. There's nothing different. Li Lingtian waved his hand and a sharp force cut through the demonic beast. The fist-sized demonic beast's inner core entered his hand and was filled with violent power. Li Lingtian secretly estimated that this level 3 5th-tier demonic beast should be comparable to a level 4 5th-tier demonic beast. He then put away the materials and inner cores of the demonic beasts and left quickly with Little White. After searching for a long time, he finally found a relatively hidden valley and found a resting place on the stone wall of the valley. "I'll stay here for a day and familiarize myself with the environment," Li Lingtian muttered to himself as he cast a simple restriction before resting on the stone wall. What shocked him was that the heaven and earth reincarnation technique could actually refine demonic chi and spiritual chi into genuine chi at the same time. He didn't understand what was going on either, but he didn't have to care about it at this time. What he needed to do now was to cultivate and recover his mental state to its peak. After completing 3 major cycles of cultivation, the genuine chi in his body had become a little denser. He then began to cultivate ice, fire, 9 heavens. Late at night, the world was filled with demonic beasts. The roars and sounds of battle were heard everywhere. Li Lingtian felt as if he had entered the ancient era of demonic beasts. Fortunately, his resting place was very high, so he would not be affected. The night passed quietly in the restless night. Early the next morning, Li Lingtian and Little White flew quickly in the same direction. In the depths of the heavenly Devil Canyon, this was also the place with the densest demonic chi. Moreover, it was also the place where the limitless Tao fruit appeared. Although the experts who entered the Devil Canyon pretended not to know what was inside, most of the experts had their own goals. It was just that this goal had become an open secret. Chapter 155. Demon King Beast. Brother Yang, with the 8 of us working together, I believe that no one can threaten us. When the time comes, we will split the treasures equally. Brother Yang and Brother Zhou will get double. How about it? In a hidden place in the heavenly Demon Canyon, 8 experts gathered together and began to discuss. As Wang Lin spoke, his eyes were fixed on Yang Lecheng and Zhou Zhiyun. There were 2 martial emperors among them. The 2 martial emperors were Yang Lecheng and Zhou Zhiyun, while the rest were all martial arts grandmasters. In a place like the heavenly Demon Canyon, martial arts grandmasters were nothing. The main thing was the magical beasts and unknown dangers here. There were also other forces involved. The strength of those martial arts grandmasters could be compared to the martial emperors of the Azure continent. In fact, the martial grandmasters of the other forces were even more overbearing than martial emperors. This was also the difference between Green Island and the other forces. Humph, you're right. I'm a 4th-level martial emperor, and Brother Zhou is also a 4th-level martial emperor. If we join forces, no one will dare to provoke us. It's not impossible for us to join forces, but we have to choose the treasure first. Otherwise, this matter of joining forces will end here. Yang Lecheng said coldly. A 4th-level martial emperor could join forces with a martial arts grandmaster, but he had to consider the threat in the Devil Canyon. He also understood what Wang Lin meant. If a martial emperor encountered a martial ancestor from another force, it would be very dangerous. Now that there were 6 martial ancestor realm level 8 and level 9 martial ancestors, along with him and Zhou Zhiyun, it would be much safer. All right, it's settled then. However, the time you choose will be counted as a share. Nan Feng said. He was a peak rank 9 martial arts grandmaster, and was only 1 step away from becoming a martial emperor. Although he was afraid of the 2 martial emperors, he would definitely not give in front of treasures. Otherwise, he would not have come to the Devil Canyon. Soon, the group of 8 discussed and formed a powerful team. In other places, people began to give up on fighting and started to work together. The people who came here were martial kings and martial emperors who did not dare to provoke martial grandmasters. They would avoid demonic beasts and experts. At most, they would look for some medicinal herbs. The other martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors were all old monsters who had been around for hundreds of years. They naturally understood the danger here. The higher their cultivation, the more they cherished their lives and the more they feared death.
a 10,000-year-old cloud-splitting grass. Not bad. Green continent's trash is really a waste of a good place like the Devil Canyon. If it was in my black continent, it would have been mined long ago. A martial emperor youth was excited. A 10,000-year-old herb was a rare treasure even in the entire divine martial continent. It could be used to refine a 7th or 8th grade elixir. However, when he thought about how these treasured lands were actually occupied by people from Green Island, he felt a little disdainful. The other forces looked down on the forces of Green Island because Green Island was just a country bumpkin in the eyes of the other forces. Brother Qingxian, how about we join forces? These scum from Green Island know the situation inside better than we do. If we don't join forces, they will take advantage of us. At this moment, another martial emperor young man walked over. He was also extremely greedy when he saw the 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs in Qingshuan's hand. However, this greed disappeared in a flash. We can join forces, but we can only deal with the trash and demonic beasts of Green Island. However, when treasures appear, we'll rely on our own forces to obtain them. Qingxian looked at Nangong Wentian and pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, that's fine. Do you think I'm willing to join hands with others? Nangong Wentian's face revealed a look of disdain. He then walked into the distance. The two martial emperors joined forces. Li Lingtian flew deeper into the heavenly demon canyon. With Little White's agile sense of smell, he easily avoided the unknown threats. However, if they encountered a 5th-tier demonic beast, they would be able to kill it one by one. If they encountered a 5th-tier demonic beast or above, they could only call for the silver-winged flying dragons to join forces. The silver-winged flying dragon was at the 5th step of the 5th level. With Little White's dragon might, the 3 super experts could not easily kill the 5th step of the 5th level magical beast, but they could at most kill it without any danger. Along the way, Li Lingtian had more than 200 Tier 4 magical beast inner cores and more than 30 Tier 5 inner cores. 3 months have passed. There are only 9 months left before we leave the Heavenly Devil Canyon. How big is this Heavenly Devil Canyon? We haven't met any guys yet. Li Lingtian muttered to himself as he flew. It had been 3 months since he entered the Heavenly Devil Canyon, and he had been flying deeper into the canyon during this period. There were almost no delays along the way. At most, they would kill magical beasts and collect medicinal herbs. In 3 months' time, he had flown at least 2 million miles at his current speed. However, he had not met any martial artists other than a few martial arts grandmasters and a martial emperor. He naturally didn't know that he had already flown in front of these warriors. Because of Little White, he didn't have to worry about the strong wind and could fly at ease. Naturally, his speed was very fast. What's wrong? At that moment, Little White came to a halt. Li Lingtian was stunned as he asked. He had sensed that something was amiss during the 2-hour flight, but he could not pinpoint what it was. Now that Xiaobai had stopped, it confirmed his feelings. We're in danger. It's a 5th rank, 9th rank, peak Devil King beast. Little White sent a message into Li Lingtian's mind. Its eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. As the most talented 3-colored dragon in the Dragon Clan, it naturally would not be threatened by powerful demonic beasts. However, its realm was still too low, and it could not fight against a peak 5th-rank demonic beast. A 5th-step 9th-level peak Devil King beast. Li Lingtian cried out in alarm. His face was filled with fear as he came to a realization. He had not encountered a single demonic beast during his 2-hour flight. They hadn't even encountered a single wild beast, so it was definitely unusual. Now that they thought about it, there was a 5th-rank 9th-grade Devil King beast here. So what kind of devil beast would dare to come here? He didn't expect that he would actually barge into the territory of the Demon King beast. Wasn't this courting death? Rumble! A shocking demonic aura soared into the sky. With a tacit understanding, it instantly suppressed the area within 100 miles. A 5th-rank 9th-level peak Devil King beast was born powerful and was the king of all devil beasts. Moreover, this Devil King beast was already close to the 6th rank. This kind of pressure was countless times stronger than any martial emperor. This isn't a 5th tier, It's a pseudo-sixth tier. Hurry up and run. Li Lingtian felt a heavy feeling in his chest as he felt the pressure. He was so close to spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he had encountered such pressure. He finally understood what a true expert was. The pressure was enough to make him helpless. After saying that, he quickly turned around and fled. A pseudo-Class 6 Devil King beast was much stronger than other Class 6 and Class 1 magical beasts. He had countless trump cards in his hands, but against this Devil King beast, he could only flee. If he was too late, he wouldn't be able to escape. Little White was unwilling to accept Li Lingtian's call for it to flee, but it had no choice but to follow Li Lingtian and flee. However, it was already too late. A destructive demonic chi ruthlessly smashed down from the sky. Ice and Fire Ring, true dragon body protection, shield of the earth. Li Lingtian did not hesitate at all when he saw the demonic chi. He unleashed 3 of his strongest defenses in a row and enveloped Little White within. Boom! His mind was filled with a loud bang. The demonic chi brought with it a pressure that shook his heart and soul. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was thrown into the distance. Several defenses were instantly destroyed. In his line of sight, he saw a gigantic demonic beast that was 100 meters tall walking toward Li Lingtian. With every step it took, the ground trembled and collapsed. Its lantern-sized eyes were blood-red, as if it wanted to devour someone. This is the pressure of a supreme realm expert. Li Lingtian's heart trembled. He was at his wit's end when faced with a Devil King beast that was equivalent to a Tier 6 existence. His eyes were filled with shock. There was no way to fight a Grade 6 King beast. Boom! 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 With every step the Devil King beast took, the ground trembled and collapsed. It looked clumsy, but it was extremely fast. It was not inferior to his breeze technique at all. In the blink of an eye, it was already 1,000 meters away from Li Lingtian. The shocking pressure made Li Lingtian feel like a small boat in the depths of the ocean, ready to be drowned and destroyed at any moment. Thunderclap wings escape. He was not a fool. If he wanted to kill such an invincible magical beast, he would have to be crazy. With a flick of his divine sense, the thunderclap wings appeared. A pair of translucent wings appeared on his shoulders. Electric arcs flashed, and countless demonic chi was directly scattered. He grabbed Whitey with one hand and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away. Roar! Roar! Li Lingtian's disappearance stunned the infernal king beast. It could not understand the human's tricks and roared loudly. He quickly chased after it again, but the human disappeared again. He never appeared again. He didn't know where he went. After a series of roars, the demon king beast turned around and walked back to where it came from. The ground gradually quieted down. The demonic chi was also devoured by the demon king beast, and the air became clear. Li Lingtian used his thunderclap wings to escape 3 times in a row. Although he was more than 30 miles away, he could still see the 100-meter-tall demon king beast. He was relieved to see that the demon king beast did not chase after him. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was extremely shocked. This was a martial-honored realm demonic beast. Fortunately, he was facing a demonic beast. If he was facing a real martial-honored realm expert, he would have died by now. This was because demonic beasts and demonic beasts were not humans. Their intelligence was not as high as humans. Moreover, this demonic beast did not have any intention of chasing after him. It did not want to leave his territory. The demonic beast did not chase after him. It quickly flew into the distance. It could not stay in this place for long. If it had helpers, it could think of a way to kill them. It was just that he was alone. How could he have any companions to help him? Moreover, the helpers were at least martial emperors. If a few martial emperors joined forces to restrain the demon king beast, he could use a powerful attack to kill it. After flying back for a full 200 miles, Li Lingtian found a secluded spot to meditate and recuperate from his injuries. He had been suppressed by the infernal king beast's pressure earlier and his mind was shaken. He needed to recuperate.
Chapter 156. Sword Talisman. 3 days had passed since his injuries were recuperated. Li Lingtian felt depressed after 3 days. He didn't expect that he would have to take a detour for the sake of this Demon King Beast. This was the first time. After bypassing the Infernal King Beast, Li Lingtian quickly headed in another direction and stopped in less than 2 hours. Fuck, this is a dead end. In front of them was a precipice that blocked all the way. Moreover, no one knew how high or how long this precipice was. He had been flying along this precipice for 5 hours. 5 hours was more than 10,000 miles, and he didn't know where the end was. He had no choice but to return to the place where he was recuperating and fly to another place. Similarly, after 10,000 miles, the precipice would always be a precipice. Don't tell me we've already reached the depths. Li Lingtian thought of the existence of the Devil King Beast. The Jade Slip did not mention it, but the existence of the Devil King Beast in this place should be an obstacle to mankind's progress. In other words, there was an entrance behind this Demon King Beast. Otherwise, the Demon King Beast would not have given up on him and returned. Moreover, the demonic chi here was monstrous, affecting his vision and divine sense. He could not see what was going on in front of him. 6th rank King Beast, one don't want to die. Li Lingtian retreated another few hundred miles and began to search for medicinal herbs. However, he would not leave this place. If his guess was correct, this was the entrance. Since he could not enter, no one else could. If the others could kill this magical beast, or lure it away, he could enter. As the days passed, Li Lingtian's expression turned hesitant. He had been here for nearly 4 months but no one else had come. Could it be that his guess was wrong? However, the hesitation on his face quickly disappeared. This was because in his divine sense, several powerful auras were flying over from 300 miles away. Moreover, they did not hesitate at all in this direction. It was as if they knew that this was the entrance. Moreover, these auras were all peak martial arts grandmasters and even martial emperors. After becoming a martial king, his divine sense was already 200 miles away. Adding on his current peak rank 7, 250 miles was not a problem. However, the demonic chi here was dense and affected a lot. He could only feel a powerful aura and could not see the person's appearance clearly. Haha, that's right. It's in this direction. We're not far from the Heavenly Demon Palace. As long as we enter here, we can find the limitless Tao fruit. A peak Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster looked at the Jade Slip and his face revealed an excited expression. Is the limitless Tao really inside? His companion who was flying quickly beside him was also extremely happy. Although he had a slim chance of survival, he could break through to the martial emperor realm as long as he obtained the limitless Tao fruit. Of course. 300 years ago, my uncle came here once. It was near here. These 2 mountains can't be wrong. The martial arts grandmaster who was holding the Jade Slip said seriously. The other martial artists did not say anything and flew quickly. At this moment, a young man in white walked out with a faint smile on his face and a snow-white rabbit in his arms. All the warriors exclaimed in surprise when they saw Li Lingtian. Outside the Heavenly Demon Canyon, the young martial king who had once killed a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster with one move had never expected to see him here. Everyone is a little slow. Li Lingtian spoke nonchalantly. He was elated that there were more than 30 martial grandmasters, 6 martial emperors and 4 mysterious young men. With these people, it would be enough to defeat the Demon King Beast. Even if they couldn't defeat the Demon King Beast, they could at least lure it away. So it's you. It's a waste to keep that treasure in your hands. It should be a high-grade Emperor artifact. After being in the Heavenly Demon Canyon for so long, it's time to collect some benefits. A Tier 1 martial emperor youth looked at Li Lingtian with excitement. Outside the demonic canyon, he was shocked to see Li Lingtian kill a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster in one move. However, when he saw the weapon in Li Lingtian's hand, the Roaring Dragon combat halberd, he was excited. That weapon was at least an upper-grade imperial weapon. He had seen upper-grade imperial weapons in his family a few times. He was a level 1 martial emperor, but he was only a low-grade imperial weapon. How could a youth from Azure Continent be qualified to possess such an emperor weapon? If he could obtain this emperor weapon, his strength would soar by a level. Haha, indeed. If it wasn't for that emperor weapon, one wouldn't have been able to kill a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster. Green Continent's trash. They are indeed trash. A Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster was actually killed by a martial king. This emperor artifact, this young master is definitely going to take it. Brother Qing Xian, this emperor weapon belongs to whoever gets it first. The two of you are really naive. I haven't even said anything yet. Do you think you have the qualifications to own a high-grade emperor weapon? All of a sudden, a few powerhouses started competing against each other. They completely ignored Li Lingtian as if he had already taken out his roaring dragon combat halberd. In the end, a mysterious young man revealed a gloomy look. The other martial emperors didn't speak anymore. It seemed that they knew a lot about this mysterious young man's background. Nangong Wentian of the Nangong family of the Xian continent and Qing Xian of the Qing family. The two of you are not qualified to get this treasure. Only the Ling family of the Serenity Plains, the Ming family of the Azure continent, the Dishi family of the Azure continent, and the Tian family of the Divine continent are qualified. One of the four mysterious young men said coldly. His face was full of arrogance. He didn't put any other warriors in his eyes, let alone Qing Zhou. Are you fucking idiots? You think you're so great? In front of me, you're nothing but trash. From the looks of it, you're just a chess piece in the family. You can't raise your head in the family. Are you trying to find a sense of existence here? Li Lingtian smiled as he listened to the powerhouses competing for his treasure. He was also shocked that the forces of the 4 continents had actually come in. Although there were not many, these were all disciples representing those forces. More importantly, there was a Dishi family man here, and he had to stay here forever. All the warriors were stunned by his words. Li Lingtian was powerful, but he dared to be so arrogant when facing the powerhouses from other forces. However, there were 6 martial emperors and 4 mysterious experts here. They were definitely not comparable to ordinary martial emperors. Trash, if you want to die, I will grant your wish. Remember, my name is Ling Yunqiao. Ling Yunqiao was instantly enraged. The true essence in his entire body circulated, and instantly, a shocking might erupted. 5th level martial emperor. Except for the other 3 experts from the Azure continent and the Divine continent, everyone exclaimed in surprise. They didn't expect Ling Yunqiao to be a 5th level martial emperor. The Ling clan was famous throughout the entire Divine martial continent for their strength. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Seeing all the martial artists exclaim, Ling Yunqiao's face revealed a smug expression. However, he had no intention of making a move. Instead, he wanted to use his aura pressure to crush this martial king in front of everyone. Fuck, it's just a show. Li Lingtian spoke slowly as he was shocked by Ling Yunqiao's cultivation base. It was definitely powerful and the pressure alone was not something he could withstand. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful opponent, a rank 5 martial emperor. He was a martial king realm expert, so he could not afford to be careless. Then, he stretched out his hand and a brocade box appeared in the divine dragon ring. The brocade box was emitting a faint sword auras. Immediately, he used his divine sense and cast a spell. A jade talisman appeared in the air. The moment the jade talisman appeared, a destructive sword chi blasted out, directly bombarding the martial artist opposite him. Damn it, it's a sword talisman. He actually used a sword talisman. This is the jade talisman of a peerless profound level weapon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the warriors felt the sword chi in the air and their expressions changed drastically. Although the sword talisman was only at the level of a profound artifact, this sword talisman was extremely domineering and was no different from an emperor artifact. Seeing such an attack, he did not dare to stay here anymore. He used his movement technique and quickly retreated. Ling Yunqiao was also shocked, but it was too late to retreat now. Heavenly Sun Mirror. His divine sense moved, and a huge mirror appeared in front of him. The mirror emitted the pressure of an imperial artifact. The sword talisman struck the mirror fiercely. The sword chi instantly disappeared, and the light on the mirror dimmed. Damn it! You almost destroyed my heavenly sun mirror. You're courting death. Seeing that his treasure was almost destroyed, Ling Yunqiao was instantly furious. The pressure he had just exerted also disappeared. He managed to dodge the power of the sword talisman, but the other warriors were all hit. Their faces were extremely ugly. Only Cangzhou Emperor Shi Yunqing and Cangzhou Ming Lanzi looked relaxed as they easily blocked the sword qi. Tian Hao from the Divine Continent was emitting a faint glow. The sword qi disappeared a meter away from him. Li Lingtian was shocked to see such a scene. These powerhouses were indeed powerful. They were almost invincible among their peers. Moreover, the martial arts grandmasters of the other forces were much stronger than the martial emperors of Green Island. By the time Ling Yunqiao shouted, Li Lingtian was already 1,000 meters away. "Damn it, how dare you run!" Someone shouted, and all the warriors immediately chased after Li Lingtian. All of a sudden, more than 40 experts turned into shadows and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. In the air, waves of shocking pressure exploded, and the space trembled as the demonic qi was quickly dispersed. Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile as he flew at high speed. As he flew, he calculated that he would use his thunderclap wings to cross over once he reached that place. Hee. At the thought of this, Li Lingtian chuckled in his heart. Since they dared to provoke me, I'll make them pay the price. Let's see how powerful these so-called geniuses are. The 1,000-mile journey was completed in just over 10 minutes. Li Lingtian was starting to feel nervous as he was not far from the infernal king beast. Chapter 157. Limitless Tao Fruit. As expected, when he arrived at the place where he encountered the demon king beast last time, he felt a strong demonic aura. His divine sense swept toward the experts behind him. The nearest person was already around 500 meters away from him. The rest of the warriors followed closely behind him as if Li Lingtian had killed their father. Move forward a little more. Li Lingtian's face turned pale as he saw the infernal king beast. Even though it was lying on the ground, it was still like a small mountain. Let's see where you can escape to. Ling Yunqiao shouted loudly from behind with a smile on his face. If they continued to chase like this, they would be able to kill him in 10 minutes. At that time they would be able to obtain that treasure. It would be worth it even if they returned empty-handed. If you want to die, then dive. Li Lingtian's face revealed a strange smile. With a wave of his hand, an attack appeared. Everyone was stunned, thinking that Li Lingtian was desperate. They were puzzled by Li Lingtian's single-handed action. Li Lingtian waved his hand and the powerful attack blasted downwards. At the same time, a pair of crystal-clear wings appeared on his shoulder and disappeared in a flash. Rumble. Roar. Boom. The powerful attack bombarded down, causing an explosive sound. Following that, a violent roar was heard, and a shocking demonic qi pressure soared into the sky. Demon King Beast. Class 6 Magical Beast. Damn it, it's a Class 6 magical beast. Instantly, the powerhouses who were chasing after him were shocked to death. They never expected Li Lingtian to use such a demon king beast to plot against him. With Li Lingtian fleeing in front of them, they naturally let their guard down. However, they did not expect that Li Lingtian had already suffered a loss in this place. This time they were fooled as well. By the time they discovered the demon king beast, everyone was already in close contact with it. They were in the center of the demon king beast's demonic might. Some martial arts grandmasters spurted out blood. Only a few martial emperors and a few martial arts grandmasters were slightly better. However, their expressions were extremely ugly. Roar. Boom. The Devil King Beast was furious. It had been disturbed by a human earlier and had escaped from its eyes. Now, a group of people had arrived. After roaring, a shocking devil might ruthlessly pressed down. The huge arm swung fiercely, as if a mountain was pressing down. All. With one strike, 4 peak martial arts grandmasters were killed, and more than 10 martial arts grandmasters and a martial emperor were seriously injured. Join forces. Let's join forces and kill him. That's right. Hurry up and attack. We must kill it in the face of this demonic might. Do it. Whoever holds back will die. Boom. Rumble. The expressions of the 10 martial emperors changed drastically as they shouted. In front of a martial-honored realm demon king beast, even if they were martial emperors, they would be suppressed. In an instant, dozens of experts unleashed powerful attacks, causing the ground to continuously tremble and collapse. The demon king beast was in the supreme realm. It could almost ignore the attacks of martial grandmasters. Even the attacks of martial emperors would not be of much use. Ashen finger, extreme cold fist, extermination slash, heavenly light mirror. The super experts flashed quickly and attacked. A few martial arts grandmasters who wanted to escape were directly suppressed by the demonic might and turned into demonic chiefs. Seeing such a situation, no one dared to hold back. What a terrifying devil king beast! Li Lingtian watched in horror from 20 miles away as the demon king beast battled with dozens of powerhouses. He hid behind a stone wall and locked his divine consciousness onto the demon king beast and dozens of powerhouses. He was really lucky to have escaped last time. If he had waited for the demon king beast to attack with all its might, he might not have been able to take it down with a single attack. Run! Someone shouted loudly and quickly flashed, taking advantage of the time when the king beast attacked to escape. Instantly, dozens of experts retreated quickly. The demon king beast chased after them at high speed. With every attack, 1 or 2 experts would die. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw this. The powerhouses from the other continents were much stronger than the Eastern Spirit Continent's warriors. Most of the dead were from the Eastern Spirit Continent. They were able to escape from the demonic might of the demon king beast, and he could only rely on his entire body's strength to escape. Li Lingtian watched as the devil king beast unleashed its devil might. The devil chi around him was weakening rapidly. As the devil chi weakened, he extended his divine consciousness. In his divine sense, this was indeed the place guarded by the demon king beast. It was a 100-meter-wide hole with endless cliffs on both sides. On one side of the precipice, there was a shocking black demonic chi, and on the other side, there was a mysterious spiritual chi. This spiritual chi was denser than any spiritual chi he had ever seen. Between the demonic chi and spiritual chi, a green tree appeared. The tree was 100 meters tall, and there were drooling fruits on it. Limitless Tao Fruit. This is the legendary Limitless Tao Fruit. Li Lingtian looked at the trees and fruits in front of him and was instantly excited. No wonder the demon king beast was guarding this place. It was to protect the limitless Phala. A 10,000-year-old limitless Tao fruit. Li Lingtian looked at the fruit on the tree that made people drool. The fruit was emitting a dense spiritual chi that carried a mysterious Tao intent. This was the limitless Tao fruit that allowed martial arts grandmasters to break through to the martial emperor realm. He did not expect such a magical thing to be behind the demon king beast. 81 10,000-year limitless Tao fruits. 0.998 1,000-year limitless Tao fruits. 8,100-year limitless Tao fruits. The limitless Tao fruit bloomed once every 100 years and bore fruits once every 100 years. On this tree, the limitless Tao fruit seemed to have a barrier between them. At the top were 81 10,000-year-old Tao fruits, in the middle were 1,000-year-old Tao fruits, and below were 100-year-old Tao fruits. Rumble. Rumble. There was a series of earth-shattering explosions. Li Lingtian could feel his body trembling and collapsing, but the tree was not affected at all. In his divine sense, 10 martial emperors and the remaining 20 martial arts grandmasters were attacking the demon king beast. At this time, he truly witnessed the strength of the experts from other continents. A 5th-level martial emperor was actually able to fight the demon king beast to a standstill. The 4 mysterious young men almost suppressed the demon king beast's attacks while the rest restrained it.
You guys take your time. I'll take these Dao fruits.
With a smile on his face, Li Lingtian activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness and cast a series of spells. Having cultivated ancient alchemy techniques, he naturally knew some spiritual fruits. When picking spiritual fruits, he could not touch the metal-type aura. If he saw the metal-type aura, the spiritual fruit would turn into nothingness, and if he encountered the earth-type aura, it would disappear. All kinds of restrictions were cast, and immediately, spells were cast. An invisible force quickly took away the limitless Dao fruit. The IOO-rolled limitless Dao fruits turned into light shadows one by one and flew into the divine dragon ring in a string. The 81 IOO-rolled limitless Dao fruits entered the divine dragon ring in the blink of an eye. Roar! Roar! Just as Li Lingtian was about to collect the 1,000-year-old limitless Dao fruit, the demon king beast in the distance roared. The four mysterious martial emperors who had been suppressing the demon king beast were also struck by the backlash, and the situation was reversed. The demon king beast has discovered that the limitless Dao fruit has been touched. Li Lingtian was stunned, but he immediately understood. The infernal king beast had abandoned the other powerhouses and was running toward them at an incredible speed. Fuck, can't we wait a little longer? Li Lingtian cursed as he quickly cast a magic art on his hand. The 1,000-year-old limitless Dao fruit quickly entered the divine dragon ring. Just as the last 1,000-year limitless Dao fruit entered the divine dragon ring, a shocking wave of demonic chi smashed down on him. Iced fire, 9 heavens, death. When Li Lingtian saw such a demonic aura attack, his true chi surged and he was infuriated. Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my might? Immediately, a ball of flames and a glacier appeared in his hands. He put his hands together, and a shocking pillar of light directly bombarded the demonic chi. Rumble! With a loud explosion, the demonic chi was dispersed and Li Lingtian's body swayed. Immediately after, a halo with the aura of death swept out in all directions. The experts who had rushed over from afar felt the aura of death from this halo, and their expressions changed drastically. There were sounds of blood spurting out and screams of pain. After the halo passed, 6 martial arts grandmasters died and 2 martial emperors were injured. As it turned out, the powerhouses who were being hunted by the infernal king beast were anxious when they realized that Li Lingtian was inside. In the end, they could only discuss and not hold back. They had to go all out to kill this demon king beast. Martial arts grandmasters were not a big deal. They mainly relied on the 6 martial emperors and the 4 mysterious young men. The 4 mysterious young men were all rank 5 martial emperors. As the battle began, the demon king beast was slowly suppressed. However, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time to kill a supreme realm demon king beast. However, the demon king beast had strangely abandoned them and ran inside. Even if they were fools, they would know that Li Lingtian had taken some treasure from inside. Otherwise, the demon king beast would not be in such a hurry. When they caught up, they encountered this halo of death. Under this attack, all the experts were incomparably shocked. Fuck, you actually feel bad for letting so many people go without fighting. Li Lingtian continued to bounce as he quickly flew toward the tree to collect the remaining 100-year limitless Dao fruit. It would be a waste not to take the spiritual fruit. He was not a person of this world. He had no backing, no power, and no wealth. He could only plunder vigorously. It's the limitless Dao fruit. A martial arts grandmaster powerhouse exclaimed when he saw Li Lingtian collecting the limitless Dao fruit. Were martial arts grandmasters not here for the limitless Dao fruit? Now that this limitless Dao fruit was in front of them and was still being taken, how could they not be shocked? Their bodies flashed quickly, wanting to fight for the limitless Dao fruit. All of a sudden, all the martial artists flew toward the trees. Every powerhouse's face was filled with rage. They were risking their lives outside, yet Li Lingtian had schemed against them by coming here alone to collect the limitless Dao fruit. They all knew that Li Lingtian must have the 10,000-year-old limitless Dao fruit on him. Otherwise, the Devil King Beast would not have been enraged. They were all aware of the limitless Dao fruit. The 10,000 and 1,000-year limitless Tao fruits were gone, leaving only the 100-year limitless Tao fruit below. The one above must be with Li Ling Tian. Chapter 158. Spatial Imprisonment. Rumble. More than 20 martial arts grandmasters were fighting for the 100-year-old limitless Tao fruit, yet Li Ling Tian was attacked by the Demon King Beast. The person who knew the most was the Demon King Beast, but it couldn't speak. The 10,000-year-old limitless Tao fruit had been stolen by this human. He actually did not even let go of the 100-year-old limitless Tao fruit. Motherfucker, fuck you. Fine. I'm at a disadvantage. An ugly magical beast. Your mother isn't much? Li Ling Tian's body flashed rapidly as he unleashed the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd. He relied on the Ice Fire Ring and the True Dragon's body barrier to dodge the Infernal King Beast's attack. The few martial emperors stared at the Infernal King Beast and Li Ling Tian without any intention of attacking. Roar! Roar! The Infernal King Beast looked as if it was going all out. The shocking demonic chi bombarded Li Ling Tian, who was also looking bitter. No matter how powerful his movement technique was, he was not a match for a Supreme Realm Demon King Beast. Are you fucking watching a show? Li Ling Tian looked at all the warriors and felt a little angry. They were gloating over his battle with the Demon King Beast. Humph, scheming against us. You're courting death. Take out the 10,000-year limitless Tao fruit first. Otherwise you can forget about getting it. Let's see how long you can last. Even if you are not killed by the Demon King Beast today, you will never leave this place. All of a sudden, all the experts shouted angrily. 100-year limitless Tao fruit was useless to a Wu Zong. They could only refine pills. What they needed was the 10 millennium limitless Tao fruit. It was obvious that the limitless Tao fruit was with Li Ling Tian. Otherwise, the Demon King Beast would not have attacked him so desperately. Fine, you guys are the ones who are courting death. Upon hearing that, Li Ling Tian gave up on his hopes. He hoped that these people would join forces to kill the Infernal King Beast. Although he knew that they would nor agree to it, he still had to give it a try. After saying that, a cruel smile appeared on his face, causing all the experts to be stunned. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. No matter how powerful a martial king was, he would not be able to cause much trouble. However, this martial king had already schemed against them from the beginning, so they naturally felt wary. At that moment, a pair of crystal-clear wings appeared on Li Ling Tian's shoulder. The wings emitted faint electric arcs and thunder. Countless streams of demonic chi were dispersed immediately. All the warriors revealed greedy looks when they saw Li Ling Tian's wings. Saint artifact. It's actually a saint artifact. No matter where it was, a saint weapon was a top-notch supreme treasure. Even in places like the Azure Continent and the Black Continent, it was a top-notch sect-guarding treasure. Only those superforces possessed saint weapons. They did not expect to see a saint weapon on this martial king, which made all the martial artists excited. However, at that moment, Li Ling Tian flapped his thunderclap wings and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind them. At that moment, all the warriors were sandwiched between Li Ling Tian and the Infernal King Beast. Roar! Rumble! Seeing that its opponent had disappeared, the Devil King Beast let out a roar and furiously attacked the expert in front of it. In an instant, demonic chi surged into the sky and the ground collapsed. Spatial imprisonment. At that moment, Dishi Nanyang of the Dishi family of the Azure Continent waved his hand and a banner appeared in his hand. The space trembled and Li Ling Tian felt as if the space had been frozen. He could not move at all, so naturally, he could not use the thunderclap wings. What a terrifying space confinement. This is a treasure of Dishi family. Li Ling Tian was utterly shocked. He could not destroy this treasure alone. He was utterly terrified that he would not stand a chance against such a powerhouse. Take out the thunderclap wings and the halberd. I'll give you a complete corpse. A cold smile appeared on Dishi Nanyang's face as he walked toward Li Ling Tian step by step. When the other warriors saw the banner in Dishi Nanyang's hand, their expressions changed drastically. It was now impossible for them to compete for Li Lingrian's treasure. He actually hid such a treasure for himself. If he had used this spatial imprisonment earlier, the Demon King Beast would have been killed long ago. All the martial artists were furious, but they did not dare to say it out loud. Li Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. He had wanted to keep this Dishi family warrior here, but he did not expect that he would be suppressed by his opponent before he could even make a move. Now, he had no chance to do anything. He could only watch Dishi Nanyang walk towards him. The heavens and earth will shatter. Heaven and earth burning. Ice Vitality Divine Fist. While Li Lingtian was still in shock, he unleashed all sorts of earth tier skills. However, against the spatial imprisonment, the skills he unleashed were not as powerful as the golden tier skills. In my spatial imprisonment, I am the ruler. Stop struggling and hand over the treasure. Dishi Nanyang showed a vicious look on his face, as if he was looking at an ant struggling. However, Li Lingtian noticed that Dishi Nanyang's face had turned pale for a moment. The paleness was fleeting and no one else could notice it, but Li Lingtian did. Humph. Spatial imprisonment. With your cultivation, you can't completely control it. Li Lingtian finally understood. The spatial imprisonment was a treasure, but it was difficult to control and consumed a lot of true essence. Otherwise, Dishi Nanyang would not have looked so pale. You know a lot, but it's still easy to deal with you. Dishi Nanyang paused, and a trace of killing intent rose in his heart. This young man could still notice the slight change in his body even in the middle of a crisis, which meant that this young man was very smart. Dominating Heaven Fist. Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd. Iced Fire, 9 Heavens. Seeing Dishi Nanyang approaching faster and faster, Li Lingtian was anxious, but he would not lose his mind. All kinds of shocking attacks continued to bombard him, but he was still trapped in space. With a ruthless look on his face, he raised his hands and used the Ice Fire 9 Heavens. After the Ice Fire 9 Heavens reached the peak of the first level, this move could be used almost instantly. Dishi Nanyang was also frightened when he saw the 9th heaven of ice and fire. In front of the 9th heaven of ice and fire, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ice Fire 9 Heavens was a fusion of two extremes. After Li Lingtian created it, he relied on the fusion of the two extremes to kill his opponent. Dishi Nanyang's heart trembled, and the banner shook as well. The space was almost broken by this attack. Sacrifice. He took out a drop of blood essence, and the blood essence quickly entered the banner. Immediately, the trembling space stabilized again. All the experts were resisting the attacks of the Demon King beasts. The situation here was also within their divine senses. Rumble. The light beam of ice, fire, and 9 layers of sky struck towards Dishi Nanyang. The earth-shaking power made the space confinement tremble again. In the space, no matter how powerful Li Lingtian's attack was, he could not defeat Dishi Nanyang. Now, they were both injured. Dishi Nanyang's face turned even colder. He reached out with one hand and a powerful suction force surged toward Li Lingtian. Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron. Seeing the suction force, Li Lingtian knew that he would be completely suppressed by Dishi Nanyang if he was trapped by it. His mind spun rapidly. All kinds of attacks with one hand were unable to break through this spatial imprisonment. In his anxiety, he thought of the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron. The cauldron was extremely magical and did not have any offensive power. It had some magical effects with one hand. As he released his divine consciousness, the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron appeared before him. Immediately, a beam of white light was emitted and surrounded Li Lingtian. Under the radiance, Li Lingtian's imprisoned power disappeared and he was completely restored. Right at this moment, Dishi Nanyang's suction force was also swallowed by the light. His face changed dramatically. He didn't expect that this young warrior king had so many treasures. However, what he never expected was that in front of this light, the power of spatial imprisonment completely disappeared. In front of the lustrous white light, the banner could not help but fly towards that light and finally enter the cauldron. Li Lingtian was shocked when the confined space was restored. He was shocked by the heaven and earth creation cauldron. The shock was still to come. The shocking light quickly surged towards the demon king beast, and the demonic chi in the air also quickly disappeared. Roar! Roar! Sensing the threat, the demon king beast roared unwillingly and was quickly swallowed by the light into the cauldron. Rumble! There was a deafening explosion as demonic chi exploded. Li Lingtian's body was sent flying and countless powerhouses vanished into thin air. However, Li Lingtian's face was not only filled with shock, he was also stunned by the scene before him. Because of the shocking explosion of demonic chi, the trees that grew Rhe limitless Dao fruit were also destroyed. However, at the same time as the trees disappeared, an even more shocking demonic chi erupted from below. A huge black hole appeared and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, everyone was sucked in. Even the few mysterious martial monarchs were unable to resist. Li Lingtian was also sucked into the black hole. When he entered the black hole, the heaven and earth creation cauldron returned to his hand. Then, he quickly put it into the divine dragon ring. Facing an unknown danger, he did not dare to be careless at all. He protected himself with all the genuine chi in his body and used the ice and fire ring to block himself. Banned. Soon, everyone landed on the ground. In the middle of a gray square, there were mysterious palaces around the square. Li Lingtian landed on the ground as well. He had no idea where he was. The surroundings were cold and quiet. There was no sound at all. The demonic chi had also disappeared. There was no spiritual chi or demonic chi in this place. The quiet environment made people feel uncomfortable. The people who came down were 13 martial arts grandmasters and 10 martial emperors. 2 were from the Black Continent, 2 were from the Azure Continent, 1 was from the Divine Continent, and the remaining 5 were martial emperors from the Eastern Spirit Continent. Out of Rhe 13 martial grandmasters, only 4 were from the Eastern Spirit Continent. For a moment, the Eastern Spirit Azure Continent's ancient martial art practitioners stood on one side, and the other forces also stood on their own sides. On Li Lingtian's side, although there were 5 martial emperors and 4 martial grandmasters, Rhe other continents were undefeatable. Any random martial emperor could kill all 5 of them. However, with Li Lingtian's presence, the few martial emperors felt slightly more at ease. After all, Li Lingtian's methods were so amazing that even Dishi Nanyang's treasures were taken away by him. Li Lingtian, return the space banner to me. Dishi Nanyang's arrogant expression and commanding tone had annoyed Li Lingtian. If you show off in front of me, I'll make you tremble forever. Chapter 159. Ancient Devil Possession. Are all Dishi family people so shameless? Li Lingtian looked at Dishi Nanyang with a relaxed expression. Now that the other party had lost the space banner, he would have to see how he could act. This spatial banner was also an extraordinary treasure. It was impossible for him to spit out something that had fallen into his hands. He didn't have a good impression of the Dishi family. Because of Tang Qingyue, he had already regarded the Dishi family as his enemy. Now that the treasures of Dishi family had fallen into his hands, could he still take them out? Naturally, it was impossible. All right, then I'll kill you first. Dishi Nanyang's face was filled with anger. He had a high status, and even came to the Green Island with a lofty and mighty aura. The cultivators of the Azure Continent had no idea what was going on. Now, this young man had humiliated him in front of everyone. It was unforgivable. Then try it. Li Lingtian's face turned cold. He had been tricked by Dishi Nanyang and he could not afford to be careless. He would find a chance to kill Dishi Nanyang. Besides, the spatial banner had already entered the heaven and earth creation cauldron. He could not take it out at the moment. With that said, he circulated his true chi to the maximum. His hands were empty, but no one dared to underestimate him. Li Lingtian was at his most domineering when he was empty-handed. The power of ice, fire, 9 heavens was terrifying. The other 5 martial emperors and 4 martial grandmasters also channeled their true essence as they were now tied to Li Lingtian. Facing these foreign experts, they could only join forces. Otherwise, they would not know what would happen even if they died. Good, you green continent trash. How dare you attack me? Dishi Nanyang was stunned. He did not think much of these martial emperors, but he was surprised that these people were standing on Li Lingtian's side subconsciously. Who do you think you are? If you're really capable, the space banner is already in young Master Lingtian's hands, and you're still showing off here. You're really embarrassing the Dishi family of the Azure Continent. Your Azure Continent has come to the territory of the Azure Continent. Do you want to make a move? You're not even a match for young noble Lingtian, yet you're still so smug. Your scar hasn't even healed yet, and you've already forgotten about the pain. I'm really ashamed of you. The few martial emperors beside Li Lingtian were immediately filled with disdain. They were initially unhappy with the provocation from the foreign powerhouses, but they could not tolerate it anymore. They were smart people. After witnessing Li Lingtian's strength, they had chosen to stand on his side. Moreover, the situation had forced them to stand on Li Lingtian's side. What's wrong? Does Green Province want to fight against our Divine Province? So what if my Black Continent came to Green Continent? Azure Continent's Ming Clan, if you have the ability, then try it. Any one of us from Yuzhou can destroy your Green Province. Instantly, the 4 external forces shifted their attention to Li Lingtian and the others. In an instant, a strong pressure was pressing down on Li Lingtian and the others. In the square, the 10 martial emperors and 13 martial grandmasters were crushing each other with no pressure. Explosions sounded one after another. Among them, Li Lingtian's cultivation was the lowest. He was only a Tier 7 peak martial king warrior. Even the weakest martial arts grandmaster here was much stronger than him. The lowest was a peak level 8 martial arts grandmaster. The true dragon body barrier was activated, and the domineering dragon energy blocked the powerful pressure. A faint smile appeared on his face, but his heart was extremely bitter. The true dragon chi could devour the pressure and aura of martial artists, but his cultivation was still too low. Otherwise, he would completely ignore these martial artists. The other powers were still fine, but the powers of Dishi Nanyang, Ling Yunqiao, Tian Hao, and Ming Qingfeng were incredibly powerful, and all of them had a special and mysterious power. That's all. Do you want me to make a move? A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face, which shocked the few powerhouses. This was because Li Lingtian had a mysterious aura around him that was still devouring their pressure. Dragon Chi. True Dragon Chi, you have the dragon bloodline. I didn't expect it to be true Dragon Chi. It seems that I have underestimated you. However, the more it is like this, the more you deserve to die. When the 4 powerhouses saw Li Lingtian's aura, they seemed to have understood something and cried out in surprise. The true Dragon Chi was the aura of the supreme dragon race of the demon race in ancient legends. He did not expect it to appear on this youth. Is that so? Did I want to see how you kill me? Rumble! Li Lingtian could sense the intense killing intent as well. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the silver-winged flying dragon appeared before him and the space around him trembled. The silver-winged flying dragon was at the peak of Tier 5, and with the fusion of the true dragon's blood, it had mutated and its strength had reached the peak of Tier 5, Level 6. A 5th-rank 5th-level demonic beast. The silver-winged flying dragon actually mutated. It's a silver-winged flying dragon. Level 5 silver-winged flying dragon. Everyone was shocked. The violent aura and powerful momentum stirred up the pressure of all the warriors. The pressure and momentum of a level 5 silver-winged flying dragon were not weaker than that of a level 5 martial emperor genius. On the contrary, it was much stronger. This was the power of the dragon race. The dragon's might could completely wreak havoc on existences of the same level. How is it? Didn't you want to hit me? Come on. Li Lingtian looked at Qing Fengming with a savage smile on his face. Even if the level 5 silver-winged flying dragon could not defeat Qing Fengming, it would not lose. All of a sudden, all the martial artists were stunned. It was difficult to get off the tiger, not knowing what to do. On the other hand, the martial emperors and martial grandmasters from Green Continent were also shocked and proud. Trash. I originally wanted you guys to fight first. One didn't expect you guys to be a bunch of cowards. At this moment, an ethereal voice drifted out from the center of the square. The voice was cold, and all the martial artists present felt a chill. There were actually other people in this place. It definitely wasn't a good thing. Who is it? Get out here and play tricks on me. Ling Yunqiao shouted loudly, feeling a trace of fear in his heart. He scanned his divine sense around, but there was no aura at all. He could not find a trace at all. As everyone scanned the area with their divine perception, Li Lingtian felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. He had experienced this feeling once in the Devil's Sea and he was still afraid when he thought about it. He did not expect the same feeling to reappear. Kaka, a lowly human like you is not worthy of being my clone. You are barely qualified to be a puppet. I'll take you. True dragon chi is suitable for me. I want your body. After Ling Yunqiao shouted, the square was silent for a moment, but the ethereal voice sounded again. Everyone felt that something was amiss, especially Li Lingtian. He was the one who possessed the true dragon's chi. If he wanted this body, would it not be possession? At this moment, a pitch-black demonic chi appeared on the array altar in the center of the square. The appearance of this demonic chi made all the martial artists quickly activate their defensive abilities. However, the demonic chi floated past like air and arrived in front of Ling Yunqiao. Instantly, Ling Yunqiao was enveloped by the demonic chi. Ah! Ling Yunqiao screamed loudly as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He looked extremely terrifying. In just a moment, Ling Yunqiao had already changed into a completely different appearance. His eyes were bulging, and he looked like a demon. Possession. The aura of a martial emperor. It's a martial emperor's ancient devil. Not good, the Lingyun Bridge has been possessed and turned into an ancient devil. Be careful. Everyone saw Ling Yunqiao's appearance and the aura on his body. The demonic aura was monstrous. This demonic aura was lower than the aura of a martial monarch realm expert. Only a martial monarch realm expert had such a powerful aura. Let's go. Let's go. Someone shouted and dashed away at top speed. Li Lingtian was relieved that the ancient devil did not snatch his give. However, what happened next caused all the warriors to collapse. There was no exit in this place. It was just a square with a radius of 1,000 meters. It was surrounded by gray walls that could not be attacked at all. This was because there were endless arrays and demonic chi above. It was the same in the sky. There were walls and demonic chi above. There was no way to escape. Kaka, let's see where you can escape to. Ling Yunqiao, who had been possessed by the ancient devil, laughed sinisterly as if he was looking at a few ants on a hot pan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A soft sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The ancient devil's body flashed and he quickly smashed towards a martial arts grandmaster. Vast ocean bright moon. Seeing the ancient devil's attack, the martial arts grandmaster at the peak of the 9th level was terrified. He circulated his vital essence and a destructive force smashed towards the ancient devil. Die! The ancient devil let out a grunt and his pitch-black fist smashed into the rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. Puchi! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The attack of the peak rank 9 martial arts grandmaster was directly dispersed. His pitch-black fist smashed into the chest of the rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. Instantly, huge holes appeared one after another, and his heart was shattered. Seeing this, all the powerhouses' expressions changed. What kind of power was this? The physique and defense of a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster was actually like paper. Flee, Healy. What made everyone even more disgusted was that the ancient devil actually directly absorbed the blood essence of this martial arts grandmaster expert as if it was a delicious meal. In the blink of an eye, the fallen Wu Zong turned into a pitch-black skeleton. His true essence and aura were all used as nourishment by the ancient devil. Join forces. His cultivation is recovering quickly. He's only a rank 9 martial emperor now. Once he recovers and reaches the martial emperor realm, we'll all become his nourishment. Tianhao's expression gradually became terrifying. Everyone said that the Devil Canyon was dangerous, but he did not expect such a terrifying ancient devil to be here. Only by joining forces to kill him will we have a chance to find the exit and leave. Otherwise, we will all die here. Ming Qingfeng said with a serious expression. He reached out and a monarch weapon appeared in his hand. He looked at Ancient Devil coldly. Ancient Devil licked his blood-red mouth and turned his gaze to the warriors on this side. Heavenly Light Divine Body. A destructive strike. Ming Qingfeng shouted loudly and a shocking aura burst out from his body. This aura was holy and majestic. His cultivation base, which was originally at the 5th level of the Martial Emperor realm, had actually reached the 6th level. He flashed and rose into the air. The Emperor weapon in his hand smashed down directly at the Ancient Devil. Chapter 160. Devouring Light. A streak of black and white light flashed and instantly struck Elder Devil. You overestimate yourself. The demonic chi around Ancient Devil turned into a black demonic chi, and Ancient Devil's existence could no longer be seen. With a loud explosion, the black and white light disappeared, and the black demonic chi quickly retreated. However, the Ancient Devil revealed a sinister and cruel smile. The Emperor Weapon S attack actually did not kill him. However, he could clearly feel that the Ancient Devil's aura was fluctuating. It was extremely unstable. This attack was Ming Qingfeng's most domineering attack. Even the 9th level Martial Emperor Ancient Devil was severely injured. 9 Sun's Golden Body Technique. At the same time, Tianhao also launched his attack. Tianhao's entire body was covered in golden light, like an invincible golden body. Several golden rays of light struck Ancient Devil's body. The golden rays pierced through his body, and his face revealed a painful expression. Celestial Emperor Bell. Rumble. Dishi Nanyang roared out. A palm-sized, quaint bell appeared in front of him and cast a magic spell. Following that, a wave of sound waves blasted towards Ancient Devil. Great Annihilation Finger. Ancient God Scepter. Meteor Breeze. The power of a forbidden art. All of a sudden, the attacks of all the experts bombarded Ancient Devil's body. In the blink of an eye, Ancient Devil's body was blasted into pieces. Even a rank 9 Martial Emperor Ancient Demon could not withstand the attacks of so many experts. Li Lingtian's Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd struck Ancient Devil's body as well. As Ancient Devil vanished, so did the Lingyun Bridge. Silence. The square fell silent, but none of the warriors dared to be careless. This Ancient Devil could seize the Lingyun Bridge, so he wouldn't die so easily. After an hour, there was still no trace of Ancient Devil. All the warriors relaxed and began to look for the exit. He searched the entire square but could not find the exit. It was also filled with demonic chi. Looks like I can only leave after opening this array altar. Tianhao looked at the array altar. 20 warriors surrounded the array altar and all of them looked serious. The Ancient Devil had not come out yet, but they did not dare to be careless. Only after leaving this place could they feel at ease. Moreover, this array altar was extremely mysterious. There were many things that they could crack. Let me try. One of the martial emperors beside Li Lingtian spoke with uncertainty in his voice. Clearly, he was not confident in breaking the array. You can break this formation. Dishi Nanyang looked at Force Emperor and said blandly, without any expression on his face. At this time, as long as he left this place, he didn't care if it was the Green Continent or the Black Continent. I'm from the 9 Peaks Mountain, so I have some understanding of formation. Gu Yu said lightly. There were less than 5 people in the Green Continent who were better than him in the field of arrays. In the Green Continent, the most powerful ones were the 9 Peak Mountain and the Natural Law School. After saying that, he stretched out a hand and a wheel started spinning. All the inscriptions on the array altar were imprinted into the array disc. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the method to break the array altar. Seconds ticked by. All the warriors had placed their hopes on Gu Yu. Their divine senses were monitoring the entire square in case ancient devils suddenly appeared.
Yes.
After an hour, Guyu stood up with an excited expression on her face. Then, he cast countless spells at the array altar. The array altar emitted a faint light. As the light grew stronger, the array altar emitted a faint sound. In the end, the array altar emitted a bright light. A huge passage appeared in front of them. Seeing this passage, all the warriors revealed excited expressions, but no one dared to go down easily.
Phew.
While everyone was hesitating, the demonic chi in the air gradually condensed. The speed at which the demonic chi condensed made a slight sound of the wind in the air. A shocking consciousness condensed in the air. All the warriors were shocked. Who else could it be but the ancient devil? Only the ancient devil had such a strong consciousness. When he realized that the tomb was not completely dead, he quickly shot towards the tunnel. Li Lingtian was equally shocked. Li dashed toward the passageway, but it was too late. A tiny stream of demonic chi entered Li Lingtian's glabella. His mind was filled with pain and his face was contorted. At this moment, the array altar had already closed. In his mind, the ancient devil's soul was constantly attacking his consciousness. True dragon chi. Hee, when I leave, this world will be mine. In his awareness, the ancient devil's soul chuckled and attacked Li Lingtian's divine consciousness continuously. You don't have the ability to take my place. Li Lingtian's consciousness was clear as he continued to resist Rhe ancient devil's attacks. The pain involved in such a battle of divine consciousness was beyond imagination. TSK. At that moment, the heaven and earth creation cauldron appeared in the sky under the guidance of Li Lingtian's divine consciousness. A white glow enveloped Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's pain was greatly reduced in the radiance as his divine consciousness focused on dealing with the ancient demon's possession. Flaming sacred body. Ice soul martial soul. 9 suns holy fire. Why do you have the 9 Yang Saint Lord's 9 Yang Saint fire? The ancient devil's soul was extremely proud at first, but in the end, it gradually became shocked and terrified. Not only was this young human's soul extremely powerful, but he also had the body of ice and fire and the existence of the 9 suns sacred fire. The devil race's greatest nemesis was fire and lightning. Upon discovering this problem, ancient devil was shocked and quickly fled. His soul quickly left Li Lingtian's knowledge sea and finally reappeared outside his body. However, the demonic chi was almost reduced to nothingness in the face of the white radiance.
Ahi!
With a scream, the ancient devil's demonic chi was mostly depleted and he looked extremely weak. He looked at Li Lingtian and the heaven and earth creation cauldron in the light with fear. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. He opened his eyes and stared at the black demonic chi in the distance with a sharp gaze. The demonic chi was half the size of the one he had seen before. Although he had one Rhe spiritual awareness attack, he had also suffered many injuries. Damn it, how dare you steal my place? Watch how one deal with you. 1. Li Lingtian could also see the ancient devil's fear. Since the ancient devil's possession had failed, Li Lingtian was only a consciousness and did not possess any offensive abilities. After saying that, he grabbed the heaven and earth creation cauldron with one hand and looked at the demonic chi with a sharp gaze. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, a chase began in the square. A ball of demonic chi flew out as it fled for its life. Behind it, a figure with a lustrous white light chased after it. Boom! After an unknown period of time, the heaven and earth creation cauldron struck the ancient devil's black chi. Immediately, the demonic chi entered the heaven and earth creation cauldron. With a loud explosion, the demonic chi that had just entered was bounced out again, and then a strange flame appeared in the air. Empyrean demon flame. Li Lingtian was shocked. The Empyrean demon flame that he had not touched for a long time had been drawn out. It turned out that after the ancient devil was put into the one heaven and earth creation cauldron, it immediately collided with the Empyrean demon flame. The Empyrean demon flame was so noble that it naturally disdained to be with this low-level ancient devil. Both of them left the heaven and earth creation cauldron at the same time. The demonic qi and the Empyrean demon's sacred flame began their pursuit again, but Li Lingtian did not move this time. He held the heaven and earth creation cauldron and watched as the demonic qi was pursued. Ah! With a scream, the demonic qi of the ancient devil was engulfed by the Empyrean demon flame and started to be devoured. Fuck! I'm going all out. Li Lingtian had a sudden inspiration. This was the time when Rhe Empyrean demon flame would devour Rhe ancient demon. If he did not make a move now, it would be even more difficult to control the Empyrean demon flame in the future. Moreover, he was already a peak 7th level martial king. With the help of the heaven and earth creation cauldron, he might as well refine the Empyrean demon's sacred flame. With that, he activated his divine sense and a brocade box appeared. After the brocade box appeared, the seal was opened and the entire square turned into a world of glaciers. The power of the profound Een ice crystal couldn't compare to the immemorial ice crystal, but it was still extremely powerful. With a serious expression, he raised his hands. A ball of magical flames appeared in his left hand, and a glacier appeared in his right hand. It was a miniature glacier that had the aura of freezing the world. Empyrean demon flame, profound Een ice crystal, refine them for me. Looking at the dark Een ice crystal and the Empyrean demon flame floating in the air, Li Lingtian grabbed at the air with both hands. His right hand grabbed the Empyrean demon flame while his left hand grabbed the dark Een ice crystal. He had cultivated the Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens. The Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens were the two extremes. Now, he was using the ice element to refine the fire element, and the fire element to refine the ice element. Instantly, the ice crystal and the holy flame were quickly caught in his hands. In the square, the aura of destruction and death intertwined and Li Lingtian was cut in half. Half of the flames and half of the glaciers were in pain. Since he could endure the pain of possession, he naturally wasn't afraid of it. This possession had improved his ability to endure pain. The space in the square trembled as if it was about to be destroyed. The entire square was 1,000 meters wide, but it had become the center of destruction and death. Li Lingtian's entire body was suspended in mid-air as he was enveloped by raging flames and glaciers. His eyes were shut as he activated the Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens to refine the two extremes. Seconds passed. After an unknown amount of time, the ice crystals and holy flames were refined, but the square had already reached the limit of destruction. Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens, second layer, destruction. Li Lingtian opened his sharp eyes and with a soft shout, he cultivated the second heaven of Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens, the second heaven of destruction. Devouring light. In Li Lingtian's eyes, one side was a world of glaciers while the other was a world of flames. He circulated all the Xueqi in his body and opened his hands. Li grabbed at the void in the square. Immediately, the death qi and destruction qi in the square were quickly absorbed into his body. These two auras were the power he had cultivated, death and destruction. In the blink of an eye, all the death aura and destruction aura were absorbed into his body. Devouring light. One didn't expect this ancient devil to have a devouring physique. Li Lingtian muttered to himself. The Empyrean demon flame had devoured the ancient devil's aura, and so had the ancient devil's innate talent. Now that Li Lingtian had refined the Empyrean demon flame, he had also absorbed the devouring light. He did nor know whether it was good or bad because some heaven-defying demons could devour the demonic qi and spiritual qi of space, as well as the true essence of martial artists. Chapter 161. Billions of Magic Crystals. Now that he had the devouring light, he could devour spiritual energy and demonic energy. What made him the most crazy was that after the devouring light devoured spiritual energy, it would directly convert it into true qi. In other words, as long as he used the devouring light, he could quickly recover his cultivation. After sorting out his emotions, he released his divine sense and put away the heaven and earth creation cauldron. Without any hesitation, he clapped his hand and kept tapping on the array altar. This was not a method to break the array altar, but the place where the ancient devil lived and was suppressed. Kacha! An ear-piercing sound rang out as the array altar opened.
Below the array altar was a passageway. It was completely different from the passageway that the warriors had entered with one hand. Without any hesitation, he disappeared under the array altar. After entering the array altar, he quickly descended. Bang! His feet were firmly planted on the ground. Everything in front of him stunned him. This was a palace. There were pitch-black crystals everywhere in the palace. The crystals were about an inch in size, about the same size as low-grade spirit stones. Magic crystal. It's actually the legendary magic crystal. Li Lingtian exclaimed. Magical crystals and spirit stones were the same. Spirit stones were the currency of humans and could be used for cultivation. Magical crystals were also currency and could be used for cultivation. However, the true value of a magical crystal was the same as a mystic crystal. However, the power of this magical crystal was much stronger than that of spirit stones. It was just that very few humans found magical crystals. They could only be seen in the demon race. When the battle with the ancient demon Divine Mindfulness began in the Divine Mindfulness, Li Lingtian managed to obtain a portion of the ancient demon's memories despite the latter having escaped. Now that he had refined the ancient devil, he had retained the part of his memories that he had learned. There were 30 billion ordinary crystals and 100,000 top-grade crystals. Each top-grade crystal was half the size of a fist. He stretched out his hand, and an ordinary magical crystal appeared in his hand. Sensing the power inside the magical crystal, it was equivalent to a cannonball in his previous life. Then, he looked at the top-grade magical crystal. This top-grade magical crystal was simply a power body. Following that, Li Lingtian went through the entire place. Apart from the magical crystal, there was also an interspatial ring and an ancient staff. Holy Demon Ring, Heavenly Wand. Li Lingtian looked at the two items in his hands. Needless to say, the Heaven's Wand was a powerful treasure. The Holy Demon Ring was the supreme treasure of the demon race, a space supreme treasure. It was no different from the Divine Dragon Ring on his hand. After pondering for a long time, the expression on his face changed. He slowly scanned the Holy Dragon Ring with his divine sense and immediately felt relieved. This Holy Dragon Ring was only a space ring. There was no difference between it and the Divine Dragon Ring. There wasn't any demonic chi or items inside. It was empty. Refine it. He used a drop of blood essence and began to refine the Holy Demon Ring. Since he had obtained it, he could refine it even if he cultivated the Holy Demon Flame. Even the ancient devils would run away when they encountered his soul consciousness, so he wouldn't be afraid of the devil race's things. Soon, the Holy Ring was refined. With a move of his divine sense, all the magical crystals entered the Holy Ring. Then, he wore the Holy Ring on his left ring finger. He had the Divine Dragon Ring in his right hand and the Holy Demon Ring in his left. He also had two supreme spatial treasures. After searching the palace for a long time, he could not find anything else. There was no exit either. To Li Lingtian's dismay, he could not find an exit even after arriving here. There was also an array altar above. Now, this palace didn't even have an array altar. Finally, he returned to his original place, opened the Divine Dragon Ring, took out the space silk banner that Dishi Nanyang got from somewhere, and started to refine it. This space banner was also a rare saint weapon, a space saint weapon. It seemed that the Dishi family had sent people to Green Island with great expectations for this trip to the Devil Valley. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken out the space saint weapon. With his divine sense, he easily erased the aura on it and finally began to refine it. Not good, the connection on the spatial banner has been cut off. In the distant Azure continent, in a palace, an old man sat cross-legged and meditated. Suddenly he opened his eyes, and they emitted a sharp light. His entire body emitted a powerful and heaven-defying aura. He was a supreme realm expert. The space banner was a treasure of the Dishi family. This time, they took it out for the Devil Valley, but even so, it was still in the hands of the powerful warriors of the Dishi family. Unexpectedly, the connection on the space banner was cut off all of a sudden, which meant that Dishi Nanyang was killed and his treasure was taken away. Li Lingtian also sensed something strange on the space banner.
However, he remembered that the treasure belonged to the Dishi family, and he would have to go to the Dishi family sooner or later. Therefore, he accepted the treasure. After half a month in the palace, Li Lingtian had not found any way to leave. However, he had managed to stabilize the second heaven of the and the power of the first heaven of the had reached the perfection boundary. If the destructive power of the second heaven was fully unleashed, even the Demon King Beast might not be able to withstand it easily. The ice/fire/9 layers of heaven were stable, and the space banner was under his control. He could at least unleash the power of Dishi Nanyang. Fuck, isn't it very powerful? Li Lingtian thought of the Demon King Beast in the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron. Ever since the Demon King Beast was taken in, he had no time to bother with it. Now that he had reached the second heaven of Ice-Fire 9 heavens, he also controlled the spatial banner. He wanted to see his own strength. After saying that, the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron was unleashed. Looking at the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron from afar, he activated his divine consciousness and unleashed the white light. Just as the light appeared, he had already held the spatial banner in his hand. As long as the Demon King Beast moved, he would directly confine the space. Boom! The air trembled as the Infernal King Beast appeared in the palace. Li Lingtian burst out laughing. It turned out that after the Demon King Beast came out, its body that was 100 meters tall was like a small mountain, but the palace was only 50 meters tall. The Demon King Beast stood up directly. With a loud explosion, the palace was almost pierced through. The entire palace shook. The Demon King Beast screamed in pain and fell down again. It was only then that it was not pressed down by the palace. With that, Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile. Since the palace was trembling, he would find a way to leave by air. Roar! The Infernal King Beast was enraged. When it saw Li Lingtian, the human who stole the limitless Dao fruit, it immediately unleashed a terrifying demonic aura. Empyrean Demon Flame. With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian's space banner sealed the space. At that moment, the Empyrean Demon Flame was unleashed. Fighting poison with poison. The Empyrean Demon Flame was something that even the ancient devils were afraid of, so he didn't believe that the Devil King Beast wasn't afraid. As expected, the trapped Demon King Beast trembled involuntarily when it saw the Empyrean Demon Flame, and fear appeared in its eyes. Heavenly Wand. Upon seeing this, Li Lingtian waved his hand and a 1-meter-long scepter appeared in his hand. The scepter emitted a mysterious aura. He was like the ancestor of all devils, holding a scepter in one hand and looking at the Demon King Beast, paying attention to its movements. Roar! Roar! With a deep roar, the Demon King Beast prostrated on the ground, as if it was worshipping the supreme saint demon of the demon race. Even its roar had turned low. Although Li Lingtian could not understand the Infernal King Beast's meaning, he knew that it would not dare to attack him. Will you submit to the Sky Demon's scepter? Li Lingtian asked the Infernal King Beast tentatively. This was also his intention to test the waters. However, he did not expect the Infernal King Beast to understand his words and began nodding. All right, come in. Li Lingtian extended his hand and activated the Holy Ring. Without any resistance, the Infernal King Beast entered the Holy Ring. Then, he paid attention to the changes in the Holy Demon Ring with his divine sense. There was nothing strange about the Demon King Beast inside, as if it was cultivating outside. All these changes made him a little confused. He had actually subdued a Demon King Beast like this. This was a pseudo-6th-rank Demon King Beast, and its strength could be called a martial honor. After doing everything, he cast the Ice and Fire Ring and circulated the true dragon body barrier. He raised his hands and the second layer of Ice-Fire 9 heavens ruthlessly bombarded the sky above the palace. A 3-colored pillar of light shot out, and the air was filled with the aura of death and destruction. Rumble! With a deafening explosion, a black hole appeared in the sky above the palace. The shocking impact came crashing down on Li Lingtian, but the Ice and Fire Ring and the True Dragon's body barrier blocked the impact. Swoosh! His body flashed and he quickly shot towards the black hole. This was the only exit. If he was slow, this attack would be in vain. After entering the black hole, Li Lingtian could feel the dense demonic qi. As the demonic qi weakened, it eventually disappeared and turned into dense spiritual qi. 2 seconds later, his eyes lit up and a cool breeze blew across his face. I'm finally out. Li Lingtian looked around and sized up his surroundings. This place was not far from the battle with the infernal king beast, and he was standing on top of a precipice. Endless gales wreaked havoc with destructive power, but in the face of the true dragon's protection, they did not have much of an effect. His body flashed and he quickly descended. Finally, he looked at the hidden place for a long time. There was no one here, and he did not know where those experts had gone. Little White. Li Lingtian called Little White out and gestured for it to lead the way so that they could leave the place quickly. Little White sprinted ahead to avoid the hidden gales and unknown dangers. Li Lingtian followed closely behind Little White. According to his instructions, Little White sprinted along the precipice. After running for half a day, it finally found a cave where it could rest. The last time Li Lingtian came to this place, he had bypassed the infernal king beast and discovered this cave. In the end, he cast a restriction to hide it. Now, he could take a rest here. The cave was 100 meters above the cliff, and ordinary people would not be able to find it. Once they entered the cave, they cast the restriction while Little White guarded the cave entrance while Li Lingtian took out his blanket to sleep. Ever since he met the king beast, he hadn't rested. Moreover, he had to be on tenterhooks at all times. Now that he was out, he could rest in peace for a few days. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.